I'll get your chat. And the question I have for you in the chat, we're getting ready to jump into the role of the property manager. And my question to you is the relationship between the property manager and the owner one of a universal agent, a general agent, or a special agent? And you can tell me U, G, or S. I know what you speak of. Universal agent, general agent, or special agent. And good morning. And I'm looking to hear from everybody in the chat. The relationship between the property manager and the owner is universal, general, or special. All right. Everybody in? The answer we're looking for? Hang on, gotta get somebody else out of the waiting room. Let's build some anticipation here. The answer we're looking for, the relationship between the property manager and the owner, is that of a general agent. Remember, the universal agent has all of the power. The universal agent is the purple unicorn. Are you going to give Alan Tate full power of attorney over you? Are you going to allow Alan Tate to make your medical decisions, your financial decisions, your end of life decisions? That's what we're referring to, the universal agent. Remember, that relationship is between the client and not the individual, but the client and the firm. So the universal agent is the purple unicorn. The special agent, you have zero power. The special agent is the sales agent, the one working with buyers and sellers. You know what I've been saying all along? Can I make anybody do anything? I'm a fact finder. I provide the information for who to make the informed decision for them, not me, but them. And that's my role as a sales agent with the buyer and the seller. So what we were looking for is the general agent, which is some power, some ability, some authority. How much power, authority, and ability does the property manager have? The answer is it depends. It's got to be spelled out in the property management agreement. Let's think this through. Let's say you have 15 investment properties. Good for you. You have 15 investment properties and you decide it's too much and you decide to hire a property manager to manage those 15 investment properties. So let's just pretend you hire me. I'm your property manager. If I didn't have any ability or any authority, that means as your property manager, I would have to call you and get your permission to do everything. Can I go pick up rent? Can I find a new tenant when this one moves out? Can I go change the furnace filters? Can I fix this once it's broken? If I didn't have any power, then I'd have to come to you for everything. And wouldn't at some point you'd stop and ask yourself, why the heck am I paying this girl? She can't make any decisions on her own. So that property management agreement gives me some power, but it's got to be spelled out specifically. So it might say, like, for example, that I have the authority to fix anything that breaks up to $500, which means if it breaks and it's $499, I don't need to call you. I already have that power. If something breaks and it's 501, now I got to call you. Does that make sense? So it's not all the power. It's not none of the power. It's some of the power. And that leads us into where we are heading to finish up Unit 13. We started the unit by talking about the relationship between the landlord and the tenant and some things that we talked about, like the Residential Rental Agreement Act and the Tenant Security Deposit Act. Doesn't really care for brokers involved or not. These acts applied as the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. So now this next section is going to bring in the broker playing the role of the property manager and see how that plays into this equation. So we're going to talk about the authority of the broker, when we're functioning as a property manager, when we've been hired as a property manager, we're going to identify the duties of the principal of a property manager. This, again, it's a bilateral agreement. So the principal owes duties and responsibilities to the property manager. The property manager has duties and responsibilities to the owner. I know that word says calculate, but bear with me. We're not actually going to touch calculator, but we are going to talk about how property managers can be and typically are paid. Hint, awfully similar to sales agents. You know, sales agents, we get paid a percentage of the sales price. Property managers generally get a percentage of rent collected. So if we don't have a tenant, if we have a vacant unit, we're not collecting rent and none of us are making money. So isn't it worth the property manager's best interest to keep those units occupied? And that's their big job, is to find good tenants. So let's talk about the property manager. As we've already said, the property manager acts as a general agent to the owner. The property management agreement is between the broker and the owner. So if we're entering into an agency relationship, a property management agreement, another question for you guys in the chat. What duties does the property manager owe their owner client? What duties does the property manager owe the owner once we enter into this property management agreement? I kind of messed up and gave you a key word there, didn't I? Y'all want the key word again? I called him an owner client. What duties do you owe your owner, your client? You owe them old car. They are your client. Guys, don't get stuck. A property management relationship is an agency agreement. So everything we've talked about, agency agreements in Unit 3, is going to apply today to property management. You're being hired to manage a property on behalf of somebody else, and we can only do so with that employment contract, which is our agency agreement, which is our property management agreement. All right, this is fun. One more question for me in the chat, and you can answer. It's a yes or no answer. You can say Y or N, because I know what you speak of. So yes or no. Does the property manager, are they required to do the working with real estate agent disclosure with the owner at first substantial contact? Does the property manager have to do working with real estate agent disclosure with the owner at first substantial contact? I love it when y'all answer me with a question mark. That's my favorite. And the answer I'm looking for here is no. Working with real estate agent disclosure is only required with sales transactions. It is not required with all transactions because it's not required with lease transactions. Everybody have that? Working with real estate agent disclosure is required on sales transactions only. So the property manager, and I gave the specific of talking to the owner, but keep in mind as we go through this, the property manager is also the one that's communicating with the tenant on a regular basis on behalf of their owner. So the property manager doesn't have to do working with real estate agent disclosure because it's a lease transaction. To that point, if the owner is the client, very rarely will the tenant be represented by the same broker. It's not going to happen in residential. If it does happen, it might be commercial. So typically, the owner's your client, which means the tenant is your customer. And everything you do for that tenant is because it's in the best interest of your owner client. Is collecting rent in the best interest of your owner client? Is securing a tenant in the best interest? Is fixing this repair in the best interest? Everything you do is in the best interest of your owner client. So as a general agent, yeah, because we have some authority to bind, some authority to make decisions. Again, how much authority the property manager has to be spelled out in the agency agreement. It's got to be laid out what all the property manager has the authority to do. So the duty to the principal, it's the same thinking, you guys. We're saying the same thing. The owner hires the broker to do a job. And once we enter into that agency agreement, it is old car all the way. So don't try to make this harder than what it is. We've talked about this, but we've talked about it in the form as the broker with buyers and sellers. Everybody with me? Now we're talking about the relationship between the broker and the owner. It's still an agency agreement. Those duties to customers, here's a good refresher for us. What do we owe our customers? Honesty, fairness, and we always have the duty to disclose material facts. I don't care who you're talking to. Are you talking to a client? Are you talking to a customer? We always have a duty to disclose material facts. So some of the roles of the property manager, what are they going to do? Well, they're going to plan. They know when the lease is running out. They're checking on the property periodically to make sure that the tenant hasn't abandoned. When this tenant does move out, how are we going to get another tenant in? What work do we need to do on the unit to get it ready? Again, if I have a vacant unit, none of us are making money. So the property manager wants to keep these units occupied. You know your lease is running out. You know that your tenant's moving out at the end of the month. So I need to start working on securing a tenant to move in as soon as reasonably possible to keep money coming in, to keep that income coming. The property manager is going to advertise, room for rent, house for rent, unit for rent, to make sure. And how they advertise, just like sales agents, it doesn't matter. You're going to see social media. They have a tab in MLS for properties for rent. So they're going to advertise and promote. The property manager has the authority to negotiate the lease if they're licensed. Property managers tend to have lots of unlicensed employees under them. So keep in mind that only the licensed broker can only do the negotiations. It might be you have a whole property management firm and only one person is licensed, which means that's the only person that can actually do the negotiations on behalf of the owner with the tenant. The property manager needs to make sure that there is adequate insurance. They need to make sure that the homeowner has homeowner's insurance for the property and the land. They also want to make sure that the tenant has renter's insurance to cover their stuff. So that would be a separate policy, renter's insurance, tenant's insurance, stuff like that. And I think another point of confusion, in North Carolina, a broker license is a broker license is a broker license. So when you guys pass your state exam and you get your real estate license, you have the authority to do sales, property management, commercial, right? You have the authority to do anything that would require a license. You don't need a separate license. Property managers, or my future property managers, you will need additional training. But that's no different than my residential sales agents. We know this class is heavy on residential sales. That's where we spend a lot of our time. And I think that's sometimes where this gets mixed up. So the property manager gets the same license, what you choose to do with that. The property manager also has to follow the rules. And by the rules, I'm referring to the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act, the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act, zoning, covenants, all those rules, public and private land use restrictions, all those rules that apply to this property, this land, and all those rules that apply to the relationship with the landlord and the tenant. The property manager is responsible for that. What do y'all think? We've already said this. Can a property manager use an unlicensed assistant? Yeah, and it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon. Anybody ever been to one of those very large apartment complexes and you go in and you say, I want an apartment for rent? And there's a good chance somebody puts you in the little golf cart and takes you for a tour, shows you around the land. There's a really good chance that person driving the golf cart is not licensed. There's a really good chance that they're an unlicensed employee. Unlicensed employees can show properties for rent. They cannot show properties for sale. Everybody have a note of that? So some restrictions: the property manager can show properties for rent. Other restrictions: the unlicensed employee can't negotiate the terms of the lease. They can't change the terms. That is the role of the broker, of the licensed property manager. Property manager's primary responsibility: we got to make money for the owner. That's what it boils down to. Remember, you guys, please make a note. The owner's an investor. What's an investor's job? To make money. So the property manager's number one responsibility is to help their investor client make money, trying to find their highest rate of return, being very realistic with income expectations. They too are the experts of their market, so they know what going rental rates in this area are. They know how to find fair rent to have good tenants. We're going to talk about screening tenants in just a second. OCAR tells us that we follow our clients' lawful instructions. Nobody can make me break rules or laws. Same thing with property manager. And then I'm going to help the owner preserve the value of the property. I'm going to make needed repairs. I'm going to suggest upgrades and repairs, costly things, things that could help the owner have a higher rate of return, help the owner make some money. The property manager is going to be the one to collect rent. They are communicating regularly with the tenant. For the owner, in an ideal situation, the owner is never ever talking to the tenant. They're leaving that up to the property management. So the phone number, the contact information, the tenant is communicating directly with the property manager. Property manager is going to collect rent. And then when the property manager collects rent, they're going to deposit in their trust account. Now, we've danced all around the trust account. We're actually going to hit that today. So we'll define the trust account, talk about what that is. But the property manager must have a trust account so they can run security deposits through it, and they can run rent through it as well. Property manager also has to keep accurate records. They got to keep the copies of the leases and the documents and the owner's reports and records and everything that they have that relates to this property, this transaction. You guys can show me, what's the commission rule? How long are we required to keep all records? A minimum of 3 years. Yep. So the property manager is going to keep everything for a minimum of 3 years. So when the property manager receives that payment, that rent, they're going to deposit it within the trust account. I'll go ahead and give you a little preview. The basic definition of a trust account is an account with somebody else's money. So if you're collecting rent, it's not your rent, is it? It's your owner's rent. It's your client's rent. So everything the property manager do is going to run it through the trust account. They're going to pay the property bills, they're going to pay themselves, and then the last thing they're going to do is pay the owner. There's lots of things that the property manager and the owner can agree to do. Most everything is negotiable. The real estate commission gives us a few things that the property manager cannot do. Remember, I'm following my client's lawful instructions. So even when they say, can't you just do this? Property managers are limited on a few things. One thing the property manager cannot do, can't pay the taxes on behalf of the owner. The property taxes are the responsibility of the owner. They'll come out of their proceeds. The property manager is not going to determine if we can do a capital improvement. Capital improvement is any improvement to the property that adds value. Painting a room is not a capital improvement. Adding a room is a capital improvement. Kind of a good rule of thumb, if it adds square footage, it's a capital improvement. So the property manager can't determine now they could make suggestions, but they can't say, we're going to add a room in the back of this house, or we're going to finish the unfinished basement. They don't get to spend the owner's money. Doesn't that make sense? I can make suggestions. I get you more rent if you finish this room, but bottom line, I cannot spend their money, which leads us to the third thing the property manager cannot do, and that's reinvest the owner's profits. Once I pay the owner out of whatever rent is collected, once the owner get whatever's left, what they do with their money, that's on them. When they come to you and ask a bunch of questions about investing and what do I do with my money, that's our another CYA. And now we got them calling your accountant. One thing that the property manager and the owner have to negotiate and agree on in the property management agreement is your property management fee. Remember, our agency agreements are employment contracts, and all employment contracts have to spell out how much am I going to get paid when I do the job you've hired me to do. So the fee is outlined in that property management agreement. It could be a flat fee. So these large apartment complexes with, 150, 200 units, something like that, it could just be a flat fee every month. We could also see a percentage of rent collected. So if you have, a duplex or something and I collect rent twice a month, then I'm going to get a percentage of that rent collected. And again, you guys, when you're dealing with rentals, you need to pay attention to those test questions and you need to look for words like duplex, triplex, quadplex. So you collect X amount of rent, you will be a percentage of that rent collected. We're hearing the key word here though, right? If I don't collect rent, how much am I going to get paid? What's 6% of zero? So whatever that percentage is. Wow, that's crazy. So we want tenants in place because we want everybody, me and my owner, my investor owner, to get paid. We saw part of this formula when we were talking about the income capitalization approach in our appraisers unit. And we started with the potential gross income. Remember, the potential gross income is the dream. If I had 100% occupancy 100% of the time. From that, I deduct my vacancy and collection losses. And that gives me my effective gross income. How much am I actually collecting? And if the property manager is getting a percentage of rent collected, that percentage is off of the effective gross income because that is what we're actually collecting. The PGI is the dream. The EGI is the reality. And again, watch out for duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. I don't think you'll see a math problem on property management fee. But for those of you curious, or if you see it on a practice test, maybe, we're looking for rent collected as a percentage of rent collected. What's that magic word of? Tell me to do in a word problem. Multiply. So you take the rent collected from your quadplex. The problem tells you the percentage. and that is your property management fee. Questions? Another big thing that the property manager does is help the owner plan and budget. Property management gets to run lots of reports for the owner, helping them see what's happening to their money. Always remember, the investor owner's number one job is to make money. Aren't they going to want to get reports periodically to see that they are making money, to see what their money is doing? And the property manager often helps them with their budgeting and planning. One thing that the manager does is help the owner with their annual operating budget. Budgets are planned in advance. That's important. Budgets are planned in advance. Some of you may plan your own household budgets. Do you guys ever sit down in January and figure out how we're going to have money this year for birthdays and vacations, holidays? You're budgeting, you're planning in advance how we can swing these things. So we're going to help with the budget, help with future income and expenses. My budget's going to include estimated repairs. Is there a good chance something can break this year? Sure. I don't know what it is. I don't have a crystal ball, but there's a good chance something's going to break this year. So I need to budget for those repairs. I need to budget for those expenses. The owner's debt service is not including in the budget. Again, that's part of the owner's responsibilities to pay their own bills. So it's not going to be included in the property budget. It should be in the owner's budget. If we're going to plan for any future capital expenditures or goals of the owner may look at you and say, I want to make X amount this year. So the property manager would look at the budget and help the owner determine how we can achieve those goals. Maybe your owner investor says, I want to upgrade the bathroom and the kitchen next year. I want to do an update. This house was built in the 60s and it's not had an update, so it's time. We're going to help the owner budget for those expenditures. Some other financial reports the property manager is probably helping the owner with is a cash flow analysis, seeing how that money is being spent and coming in. How liquid is the business? Liquidity refers to fast cash. So if we were to sell this investment today, if we were to sell this business today, what would we see? What would we realize? So how that cash flows for the property, for the owner. Profit and loss statements, also referred to as P&L, is showing this month, this quarter, this year, did we make money or did we lose money? It's looking at all the income, all the revenues and the expenses. If we didn't make money this year, we had a loss. So our budget next year should try to be designed in a way to help us make money. Property management, rental fees are also very fluid, just like sales prices. So again, being the expert of your market, following those trends can help us better predict what the rental market's going to look like next year to help us plan, help us look at that money coming in, money coming out. The property manager has to follow fair housing. Remember, anytime you have a broker involved, federal fair housing kicks in. So this is conversations that the property manager will need to have with the owner. Once you hire me, discrimination goes out the window. We're going to select tenants not based on the respective protected classes. Remember, the property manager has to follow the owner's lawful instructions. So if the owner tells the property manager, let's not bring on a tenant that fill in the blank of the protected class, the property manager cannot follow those instructions. Fair housing absolutely applies for rent just as much as it does for sale. Property managers can't lie. Nobody has a golden ticket to lie. But if you got a unit for rent and somebody calls asking about that unit, if it's available, you cannot tell them it's not available. If it's available, if you tell them it's not available, they're going to say, I just saw it online. They're going to know, you guys. They probably even drove by and saw it vacant, right? So we don't have this golden ticket to lie. With that being said, there are some things that the property manager can use to screen potential tenants. So they can use things like an application. Maybe they pull a credit check, a background check, an employment check. The idea of screening tenants is trying to catch a problem before they move in. There's no guarantee, but at least if you screen them, at least if you ask for verification of employment, or you ask for a credit report, for example, then you have a better idea. You have a better idea of seeing that they're a good, solid tenant. The better they look on paper, the better chance we have of collecting rent every month. And also remember what fair housing teaches us. What we do for one, we do for all. So property managers, set up your screening process. And that's the screening process you use for every tenant. As far as these screening requirements go, the owner may have a say-so, but bottom line, the screening requirements are going to come from the property manager. They're going to set the policies. They probably have a firm policy in place. This is what we do to screen for tenants, because remember, the property manager more than likely is working with multiple owners, multiple investors. So their policy for screening one tenant is going to be their policy for screening all of their tenants. So these are conversations that the property manager and the owner needs to have going into it. This is my screening process. This is how I determine this is a good tenant. And if that owner has a problem with that, if they want to do something different, then we need to decide, we need to hash that out before we enter into our property management agreement. Because just like our other agency agreements, once you're in, it's old car all the way. So have these conversations before we get in, especially with property managers. You know, back to residential sales, buyers can be in and out of my life in like 2 or 3 months. Property managers are trying to form these long-term relationships with their owner. I just don't want to be your property manager this year. I'd like to be your property manager for the next 5-10 years. So we're trying to form these long-term relationships. So having these conversations up front, making sure everybody's on the same page is a good start. Obviously, when we're screening tenants, one of the big things we want to make sure is that the tenant has the ability to pay. Income, credit, those are not protected classes. So we can ask for verification of employment. We can ask for verification of income. We can ask to see credit scores, length of employment, verify employment. But always remember, what you do for one, you do for all. So if I ask one tenant to verify employment, then I need to verify with all. Is everybody with me? Don't let the tenant feel that you treated them differently, because that very well could be a violation of fair housing. So if you're going into property management, have policies in place. Know how you're going to conduct the business every single time, every single investment owner, every single tenant. Another thing to take into consideration is how many people are going to live in this home. Is the home large enough? We know if it's an on-site septic system. On-site septic system, how many human heartbeats per bedroom are allowed? 2. But what if it's a public? Isn't that just a good rule of thumb? So if you have 4 bedrooms, even if it's on public sewer, you could have a policy that says no more than 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. Must if we're on an on-site septic, but you could have a policy, again, as long as it doesn't impact familial status. You can't say no children. Now we have a violation of fair housing. But if you have a bunch of people that want to live in this house, or if you discover there's a bunch of people that live in this house after they've moved in, then that very well could be reason to deny the rental application. It could be reason to pursue eviction remedies if need be, depending on how many people are living there. But yes, the answer to that question is yes. They could refuse to rent to a family based on the size of the unit, if the dwelling. If the tenant has previous drug convictions, you can refuse to rent based on past any kind of conviction. Again, what we do for one, we do for all. So if it's on your application, if you're recovering, for example, that could be a basis. It's all in the policy. So property managers, those of you going into property manager, you're probably going to shadow somebody for a while before you start your own property management business. And that's where you get it's so important that you have that policy in place up front. All firms, but specifically with property management. Yes, ma'am. Sherry, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question. So whenever you deny somebody, do you have to let them know the reason why?
I don't know that you have to. That might just be good practice. But I don't know that there's a rule or a law that says that you have to say this is why. But just know that if they investigate, those that are investigating will need to know why. So you need good documentation either way.
Okay.
But if I have a unit for rent and I got 10 applications, there's only one I can let in, right? The other 9 got to be denied. It might just be a numbers game. It might be that you were just as qualified as this guy, but it was like eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? Because I got more tenant applications than I do. So again, as long as you're clear with your documentation, you're documenting everything. Hopefully, my future property managers, this doesn't happen. But if you find out your owner stops making their mortgage payments, you're probably not going to know until they are in foreclosure. So foreclosure with the property management, I doubt the owner's going to call you and say I'm in default. So it might just be the tenant comes home one day and sees an eviction notice on the door, in which case you kind of know you're out of a job. I'd call that property manager. There's rules in place today to protect the current tenant. Once upon a time ago, before the housing market crashed, tenants didn't have much protection. They still could use more protection. We're getting there. But once upon a time ago, if the owner went into foreclosure, they weren't telling their tenant would come home from work to a foreclosure notice on the door. But today there's rules in place. And whether or not those rules kick in is whether or not we have a valid listing agreement. A valid lease agreement. If we have a valid lease, then the tenant is given 90 days notice before they have to move, before they're evicted in the event of a foreclosure. If we don't have a valid lease, then the tenant may not get any notice. They may not get any time to move out. And again, I think that's where we could still improve on our rules a little bit. Remember, statute of fraud says it doesn't have to be in writing until it's more than 3 years. So you could have a valid oral lease. we are not looking at the property management agreement. We looked at the listing agreement. We looked at the buyer's agency agreement. There's also the property management agreement. We're not going to look at it, but it is available for you in LearnTest Pass. If you'd like to look at it, those of you going into property management may just want to FYI. So you have an idea about what to expect. Just like in the sales world, we have a whole slew of pre-printed forms for the rental world as well. So property managers, same things apply. You can't draft. You can't add or edit verbiage. We can't legally modify or edit documents. All we can do is fill in the blanks of the pre-printed forms that are provided to us. So if you're going into property management, know that you have a bunch of forms to start with. It might be that in time, once you get big enough and you grow enough, you learn that these pre-printed forms aren't suitable for your needs and you want new pre-printed forms, in which case you're having them drafted up by an attorney. So the property management agreement is the agency agreement. It is the employment contract. It's the document that the owner uses to hire the property manager. It's the document that creates that general agent, some power, some ability. Questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
All right, so like recently I applied, like just say to rent somewhere, but I've been denied because, oh, your income's too much. Like, how do they get the roundabout, like how that works, like number wise?
It's going to depend on the current rental market. So the property management knows what the current rental rate is. That's surprising that you were denied for making too much, but if that's their policy, but yeah, that it's, they're the experts of their market. So they know what that rental rate, how that rental rate is fluctuating, what the going rental rates are for this area. Property manager is going to do CMAs to find probable lease price. So let's see. We talked about constructive eviction. We talked about actual eviction. Actual eviction is also referred to as summary ejectment. Who is the party that gets to do the constructive eviction? Who is constructive eviction for?
Tenant.
The tenant. The tenant, if their eviction remedy, if the landlord fails to provide fit and habitable conditions, the tenant's eviction remedy is constructive eviction. If the tenant's enacting constructive eviction, they move out. They're not having repairs. They have made numerous reasonable requests to have this fixed. The landlord has ignored it or tried to put it off on them. The only remedy the tenant has is to move out. Remember, if you stay, you pay. Actual eviction or summary ejectment is the landlord's remedy in the event of the tenant's default. Let me rephrase that. Summary ejectment or actual eviction is the landlord's only legal remedy. You can't move the tenant out. You can't change the locks. You can't show up with a shotgun and say, get off my property. All you can do is summary ejectment, which means you're going to a magistrate, a small claims court, and having the judge remove the tenant. Does the lease, you can shake your head, does the lease automatically terminate if either party passes away, tenant or landlord pass away? Is the lease over automatically? You guys are telling me no, because remember, once you're in a contract, Death is not an out. So once we're in a lease, unless there's a clause spelling it out otherwise, kind of sounds like your test, right? Unless you're told otherwise in the lease, then it's not going to automatically terminate upon death. We talked about different types of leases. I need you to review those different types of leases. The ground lease, the tenant rents the land. You only pay rent on the land. And then the tenant builds the building. These are long-term leases. Think like 99 years, for example. The net lease, both of these are examples of commercial leases. The net lease, the tenant pays the landlord rent, and the tenant is also responsible for property expenses. So in addition to rent, the tenant might be paying taxes, insurance, common area maintenance. So tenant pays rent and property expenses. We talked about how leases end, various ways that leases can end. And always remember, you guys, the lease is the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. The lease has nothing to do with the property manager. The lease is the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. The property manager and the owner have the property management agreement. So when the lease ends, the property management agreement is still, I have a duty to find you a new tenant, get you another lease going. A very common question I get, it's a fantastic question. What if my owner investor decides they want to sell their investment property? All you have at this point is a property management agreement. All you have the authority to do is manage their property. You do not, under a property management agreement, have the ability to sell their home. Some property management companies do for sale and for lease. So when your owner calls you and says, I want to sell, now we need to enter into an exclusive right to sell listing agreement. If you don't have that, then you need to refer them to somebody up the street. Let them sell the home. But the property management agreement does not give you the authority to sell. It only gives you the ability to manage their property. Few more. When a broker deposits rent checks directly into the owner's bank account, the answer is no. All that rent, all that money needs to flow through a trust account. Again, building on that in just a bit. But the basic definition of a trust account is an account that has somebody else's money. So I'm not going to deposit money straight into the owner's account because there's other people that have to get paid before the owner gets paid. I collect rent every month. I pay whatever necessary bills. I pay myself all through the trust account. And then whatever's left, I pay the owner. Per the Tenant Security Deposit Act, when can an owner or a property manager access a security deposit? When can we do something with the security deposit?
After the lease ends.
And only after the lease ends. So if something breaks during the tenancy, I don't know where we're getting the money to fix it. But what I do know is it's not coming from the security deposit. That is money, that security deposit is money that allows us to deal with issues, incidences after the tenancy, after the lease ends. And then we also talked about different types of leases. So this one is referring to our percentage lease. Remember where you had a base rent and then the rest of your rent was based on a percentage of sales. I think the example we looked at was like, 5% on any sales over X amount. So the base rent, typically see these in malls, retail spaces, retail shopping centers, etc. You will have test questions on property management, both in my end of class exam and in your state exam. I need you to care about property management until you get your license. Is everybody good with that? I think we tend to gloss over this unit because let's face it, most of us are not going into property management, but I need you to care about it until you get through your exams. Fair enough? Questions do I have from unit 13? All right. I'm out of coffee. So let's take 10. We come back, we're going to get into unit 15. Cameras are on. And I am taking attendance. We are jumping into Unit 15. Unit 15 is state-specific stuff. So everything we see in Unit 15 is state-specific stuff. And y'all, most of Unit 15 we've already covered. So turn with me to your books on page 193. And a couple things we see on page 193 and what we're seeing on the screen. The information that we're getting ready to cover is going to be found in Unit 15, but it's also going to be found in the License Law and Commission Rule comments. You have the comments in Learn, Test, Pass. You have the comments in our Google Drive. The comments are the majority of your state-specific stuff. Has anybody had a chance to look over the comments? We first introduced you to these back in Unit 3. And as you look through the comments, you're going to see a lot of it is agency related, stuff that are specific to North Carolina. So when you're asking yourself, what do I study for the state-specific material? Your number one source is going to be the comments. That's where it starts. Not everything is covered under the comments. Most of it is. So in addition to the comments, again, you have Unit 15. And look with me, there's on 193, we talk about LL Beans, which we addressed back in Unit 1. Licensing types on page 195. Sole proprietor, limited non-resident commercial license. This is all stuff we talked about in Unit 1. 196 is our inactive or active, current versus expired license, active versus inactive. There's our education requirements on 197. You start getting into agencies, you get deeper into Unit 15. So I think Unit 15 is a great source for you guys to use as a review, because most of it we've already talked about. The stuff that we haven't talked about yet, or we've talked about most of this stuff, but the stuff that we haven't seen on the screen yet, we are going to address now. So everything from this unit is either coming from Unit 15, or you can find it in the comments. Again, it's available in Learn, Test, Pass, both under Unit 15 and in your resources. I also have the comments for us in our Google Drive. So we have several different places for you to get your hands on those. The other thing you're going to notice as we go through this section, as we go through these units, at the bottom right, you used to see a page number. Now you're going to see 2. The C page number is referring you to what page of the comments you can find this information. The B page number is the number of the book in Unit 15. So I got a couple different sources for most of this stuff for you guys. All of the PowerPoints for Unit 15, whether we're getting ready to talk about it or not, all of the PowerPoints are in our Google Drive. So if you want to use the PowerPoints as your review, if you want to use the book as your review, I got it in a couple different sources for you guys. So Unit 15, let's talk about what we haven't talked about yet. And the first thing we're going to talk about in Unit 15, we've danced all around the Real Estate Commission, haven't we? That's about the first thing I told you guys, right? What's their main purpose? What's their number one purpose? For me and you to make lots of money.
To protect the public.
That's it, Brittany. The commission is not here for us, y'all. They're here to protect the public when they're working with us. Does the public know what we know? Do we know how to take advantage of and manipulate a situation because of what we know? And that's what the commission is for, is to protect the public. Yeah, Brittany.
Is your red on here, is that syllabus based? Not,
Yes.
okay.
Yep, That's the reference to the syllabus. Yep. In addition to officially introducing you to the Real Estate Commission, we're also going to talk about our responsibilities. We've talked about things that we can't do. So we're going to make sure that we hit those. I always feel like my job is twofold. What I do for a living, I help prepare you guys for your state exam. But the second piece, the piece that they don't tell me, I think the second part of my job is to help you keep your license once you get them. And how do you keep your license? You follow license law and commission rule. So out in the real world, when you're licensed, I need you to ask yourself, is this a violation of license law and commission rule? What can get me in trouble? And that's what we're going to focus on with the second section. So here they are, your real estate commissioners. Composition, there are 9 members. All members are appointed. 7 are going to be appointed by the governor, 1 by the Speaker of the House, and 1 by the Senate pro tem. The 9 commissioners serve 3-year terms. So they switch it out, shake it up, keep it fresh, keep it relevant. Our commissioners meet once a month. The public is invited to those meetings. And ever since the pandemic, those meetings are now available via Zoom. Once you're licensed, once you have time to breathe, I consider you looking into attending a commission meeting so you can see what it's about. And all you have to do is go to ncrec.gov, and the Zoom link for the commission meeting, if it's available, will be on the homepage. So they invite the public to attend the commissioners' meetings. They invite us. And each month they handle things like proposed rule changes, any issues, disciplinary actions. Of the 9 members, at least 3 of them have to have an active real estate license. So of the 9, a minimum of 3 have an active real estate license. And of the 9, at least 2 do not. Think about that. Of our 9 commissioners, at least 2 are a representative of the general public that they're out there protecting. So the public has a voice. It's not just a bunch of real estate agents. The public has a voice because 2 of them are not licensed. 2 of them are not in real estate. So we've been saying the main purpose of the commission is to protect the public when they're dealing with us, but please don't think that they don't do anything for us. The commission is a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of information. When you guys get licensed, you're going to start playing around on ncrec.com's website, and you're going to find all sorts of good stuff. And the commission says, look, the wheel has been created. If you find a flyer or a brochure or a pamphlet on our website, use it. That's why it's there, because we are all tasked with helping to educate the public. So the Real Estate Commission is going to be a great source for you guys once you get licensed, as you start working with buyers and sellers and landlords and tenants. They're going to be a great source to make sure that we all are in fact protecting the public. So one of the best ways that they can protect the public is not only to educate the public, but also to educate me and you. This is why we have pre-licensing. The Real Estate Commission gives us post-licensing, and the Real Estate Commission gives us continuing education. That ongoing education for you and I as a licensed broker to make sure that we're current and up to date. In addition to educating everybody, the Real Estate Commission also has the power to discipline our license. They are a licensing body. The Real Estate Commission giveth your real estate license, and guess what? The Real Estate Commission can taketh it away. If they feel the need to discipline your license, they could reprimand or censure. Would just be like a slap on the wrist. Don't do this again. Maybe they'll make you take some extra CE. Maybe they'll take some extra post licensing or something. Maybe they'll want you to get additional education to ensure that whatever you did does not happen again. The Real Estate Commission has the power to suspend our license. I've seen suspensions for a month. I've seen suspensions for 2 years. Which one are they going to do? Nobody can answer that because everything, all disciplinary actions are on a case-by-case basis. How many license laws were violated? How many commission rules were violated? How badly did the broker harm their public? The Real Estate Commission has the power to revoke your license. They could take it back and pretend like it never happened. I think good examples of those that get their license revoked could be continuous violations of fair housing. They may pop you on the wrist the first time. They may make you get extra training, but if it keeps happening, eventually they might eventually just take your license back. And as we've said, you guys, there are a licensing body, which means the Real Estate Commission isn't going to fine you. You can be fined by the court. So make that distinction. The injured party could hire an attorney and sue you. And if they win, then you could be fined by the court. So the real estate license disciplines your, or the Real Estate Commission disciplines your license. There's only one time that the commission can fine you. Anybody remember what that one time is?
Timeshares.
That's it. They only have the power to fine timeshare developers. And they can only fine timeshare developers up to $500 per violation. And that's the only time that they can fine you. They can't make you pay anybody back. They can't make you put out any money unless you are a timeshare developer. Your license could also be suspended or revoked if you have a conviction or you plead guilty to any acts of embezzlement, fraud, forgery, or moral turpitude. Moral turpitude is a behavior that is contrary to common standards. You went against the norm. You went against the common morals. We're going to talk in just a bit. We all know we have to have a background check to get our license. If we get ourselves in trouble once we're licensed, we're going to learn that we have a duty to report that. And if what you're reporting is embezzlement, fraud, forgery, or moral turpitude, your license will probably be suspended or revoked. The concern is if they've engaged in fraud before, they got caught engaging in fraud before, what's going to stop them from doing it again? The commission doesn't get involved with matters of our commission. They're not going to hear commission disputes. So if you're not satisfied with what you're being paid, your commission split with your firm. If you're not satisfied what another firm is offering to pay you, don't call the commission. They can't help you. Remember, the firm determines the commission. The firm determines your commission split. So if you're not happy with the commission you're receiving, go find another firm. Do not call the commission. When could the commission discipline your license? I mean, anytime. Maybe they receive a complaint from the consumer. Maybe the consumer hires an attorney. and the attorney notifies the commission of the complaint, maybe the commission does a random audit. Maybe they're in town, maybe they're in Winston-Salem this week conducting an audit, and they drive by a real estate firm. Y'all know Winston-Salem, right? Stratford Road. We call that Realtor Row because you don't have to go far to find another real estate firm, one after another, the whole way up and down Stratford Road. So they go to Winston to investigate one thing. They're like, wow, look at all these real estate firms. Let's randomly pop in here and ask to see their signed working with real estate agent disclosures from 2023. And if the firm doesn't have them, then we could be facing disciplinary action. So the complaint could come from a complaint from the consumer, or it could just be a random inspection, a random audit. If the consumer files a complaint and the real estate commission deems that it could be a violation of license law or commission rule, they're going to send the broker and possibly the broker in charge a letter of inquiry. The letter of inquiry, we all know there's 2, if not 3 sides to every story. Yes? The letter of inquiry is your opportunity to respond to the complaint. The letter of inquiry is your opportunity to tell your side of the story. Y'all think you're going to be able to call the commission and say, I didn't do it? This isn't true. Doesn't work that way. You respond to a letter of inquiry with your documentation. And what have we been documenting from day one? Everything. Everything. Because that's all you have. So you get a letter of inquiry, you have 14 days to respond. They will tell you what you need. They're very detailed. They will tell you what you need. You have 14 days to respond. They look at your side of the story. If they need more information, they'll reach out and ask. If they feel that there's a violation of license law or commission rule, then they'll suspend or reprimand or revoke your license. I've seen several letter of inquiries in my career. Not a single one of them said Julie Campbell, but I have seen a few just as my role in various positions, various firms. And what I know is not a single one of my agents have ever been disciplined because they had the proper and the adequate documentation. They were able to respond with their communication, with the appropriate forms, with the working with real estate agent disclosure. And what they get after they respond to the letter of inquiry is, thank you for your response. This matter has been closed. So just because you get an inquiry does not mean that your real estate career is over. It's your opportunity to respond to the complaint. If any of these violations deal with an unlicensed employee, keep in mind, the Real Estate Commission can only discipline licensees. They can't touch people that are not licensed. What they can do with unlicensed employees is set an injunction. And an injunction is a legal stop. So if the courts put an injunction on an unlicensed employee, they are not conducting whatever those activities, especially while this is being investigated. They could also put an injunction on a licensee as well. While we're investigating this, we don't want you practicing real estate until this gets resolved. This is probably a pretty big deal. If you got an injunction, by the way, at any point during the investigation, they could invite you to one of the commissioners' meetings where you get to stand in front of the 9 commissioners and share your side of the story. Always remember, we're always welcome to have our own representation. And I got to tell you, if you got to go to a commission meeting to state your side, I would go with my attorney. Don't go alone, you guys. Go with your attorney. So we talked about things that the commission does do. Let's talk about what they don't do. Well, the Real Estate Commission is not an attorney's firm, so they can't practice law. They don't create license law. License law is a general statute. Under license law, the commission has the authority to create commission rule. So license law is a general statute, commission rule is a real estate, but they're not practicing law. Because they're not practicing law, they're not the ones that get to tell you the validity of the contract. Who gets to tell you the validity of a contract or the validity of any document?
The judge.
Yeah, the judge gets to do that, not the commission. As we said, they don't get involved. The commission doesn't get involved with our commission. So they're not going to tell the firm how much to pay you. They're not going to set salaries or fees. And they can't fine anybody specifically for violating license law or commission rule. The only time that they can get involved with fines, as we said, is that timeshare developer. Other things they don't do, they don't draft the pre-printed forms that we use every day. They create the rules of what they want to see in these pre-printed forms. But our pre-printed forms come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. NCAR does our pre-printed forms, and those forms are drafted based off of commission rule and license law. They're not going to arbitrate disputes between brokers. If you're having a conflict with one of your fellow brokers, go to your BIC. And if your BIC deems that this conflict is warranted, the arbitration very well might be with your local board of realtors. So the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, High Point, Greensboro, etc. Arbitration is not with the Real Estate Commission. And the commission cannot order brokers to reimburse any monies, may that be trust funds. The commission can't make you compensate buyers and sellers for losses. If you're paying out any money, the commission could suggest it, but they can't make you. They might suggest that you pay this person for their losses, in which case we might have a better chance of this going away. But all they can do is offer the suggestion. The court can make you. Does everybody hear the difference here? So when it comes to commission versus court, the commission giveth you your license. The commission can suspend it. They can take it away. They can reprimand it. They're a licensing body. Fines, imprisonments, judgments, that could all be coming from the courts. Questions? So they just don't leave us out there second guessing ourselves. Is this a violation? Is this something I should or should not do? When we look at these comments, we see that they actually give us a laundry list of things that we cannot do, things that would be a violation of license law or commission rule, things that could result in disciplinary action. So one of the first things they tell us that we can't do, we can't lie, we can't cheat. Y'all, don't lie on your application to get your real estate license. Promise me this. If they find out you lied on your application, you know what's going to happen to your license? What's that say about your character? they'll probably take it back. How do they find out you lied on your application? I don't know, but they find out. And when they do, there was a broker in Greensboro, no joke. It's probably been about 10 years now. Broker in Greensboro got his license revoked. They found out that he lied on his application. Y'all know how they found out? Because his ex-girlfriend turned him in. What did he do to her? It doesn't matter how they find out. If they find out, then they could revoke your license. Once you're licensed, you're going to be held to a higher power. And that does involve when you're selling property that you own, when you're buying property you own, when you're leasing or renting property. Once you're licensed, you're held to a higher standard. So not lying or stealing or cheating. And then anytime you're working with clients, I never have a golden ticket to lie. There's never a good reason to lie. So laundry list of things we can't do. Don't lie, don't cheat. Another thing that we need to avoid is making false promises. Let's say you're thinking about renting this room from me, and you look at this room and you say, wow, this is a little scary. I don't know if I want to rent this room. Y'all see that like face coming out the wall back there? And maybe I say, I'll tell you what, I hear you. So I'll tell you what, if you rent this room, if you sign a lease today, then I will paint this room, whatever color you want. You say, okay, that sounds good. We sign the lease, you show up on moving day, and the room looks just like this. Did I make you a false promise? Did I tell you something to get you to sign this lease or sign this agreement? Y'all, if you're going to tell somebody you're going to do it, do it. Don't make false promises. Don't not keep promises you make. And again, words matter. You know, I've always said, I don't know, let me get back to you, is a perfectly acceptable answer, as long as you get back to them. If you have no intentions of getting back to them, then you say, I don't know, and stop talking. But if you tell somebody you're going to get back to them, if you tell somebody you're going to do anything, we have a duty to avoid false promises. We have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest. A couple examples of conflicts of interest that we're going to avoid. We're going to avoid undisclosed dual agency. Undisclosed dual agency is when you're acting like a dual agent without having informed written consent by both parties. Undisclosed dual agency is a violation. It's a conflict of interest. Another conflict of interest, full brokers, not provisional brokers, but full brokers can be duly affiliated, which means you could have your license at 2 different firms as long as you have consent by both brokers. If you're duly affiliated without that consent by both brokers, that is a conflict of interest. Another conflict of interest that we have to avoid, I can't engage in self-dealing. Self-dealing would be me using my knowledge, me using my expertise to take advantage of my clients or customers. Let's say, for example, you are a listing agent and you're preparing to go on a listing appointment and you're doing your research, you're learning everything about this property before your listing appointment. And in your research, you learn that there's a proposed zoning amendment on the table. And if that zoning amendment passes, it could increase the values of the properties in that area. So you learn this just by doing your research. You go to the listing appointment and you start talking to the seller. And at some point it occurs to you that the seller doesn't know about this proposed zoning amendment. So you don't tell them. And instead, you offer to buy the home from the seller. And the seller says, wow, that's awesome. I don't have to go on the market. I don't have to deal with showings, inspections. I don't have to, no, I'll just buy it from you right now. You want to sign? Where do I sign? Seller says, awesome. That was easy. They sign, you buy the property. The zoning amendment changes, values go up, and you sell it for a profit. Have you engaged in self-dealing? Oh, yeah. Remember, zoning, material facts, we always have a duty to disclose to clients and customers. Now, what if, back up, you're at that listing appointment and you tell the seller, did you know about the proposed zoning amendment? And the seller says, no, what's that about? You say, well, this is what's up. And if it passes, then the values are going to go up. The seller says, wow, I really appreciate you sharing that with me. I can't wait. I have to sell now. Now, can you offer to buy their home? Now that you've disclosed the information, do we hear the key word there? Once we disclose, otherwise you're engaging in self-dealing. And that's a duty that we have to avoid. So as we said, the other conflict of interest, representing more than one broker, you can be duly affiliated. So to me, when I see this, it looks like ABC does residential, XYZ does commercial. And that might be an example of when you might be duly affiliated. I'm going to do all my residential sales through ABC. I'm going to do all my commercial sales through XYZ. And that's okay, as long as we have consent, as long as we have permission from both brokers. Guys, only full brokers can be duly affiliated. You as a provisional broker, you're with one firm while you still have that provisional status. The only exception for a provisional broker to be duly affiliated is if the firm has a team and the team has a BIC. So now you have the team's BIC and you have the firm's BIC, but guess what? Everybody's under the same roof. So we can't make false promises. We can't engage in any conflict of interest. We have a duty to avoid improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealings. Man, they don't let us have any fun, do they, whatsoever? We can't do it now. I hope this stuff makes sense as we're going through this. Did anybody just go, oh man, I can't make false promises? I hope not. But we got a duty to avoid improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealings. Examples of this might be participating in or engaging in any kind of mortgage fraud. If you find out that your buyer lied on their loan application, I got a duty to report that. I'm not going to encourage them to lie on their loan application, encourage them to engage in mortgage fraud. We're going to avoid pocket listings. A pocket listing is when you have a listing and you keep it in your pocket. You don't open it up to the public. You don't open it up to everybody else. You're trying to sell this listing without giving all of the buyers the opportunity. And this is why we have the multiple listing services. MLS has rules about what listings needs to go into the MLS. This one blows my mind. Don't give a buyer the key or the combo code and let them go see the property without you. We need to be with our buyers when they're viewing properties. We're going to do that to protect the seller, the homeowner. We're going to make sure everybody's following and honoring the rules of the homeowner. So for example, if the showing instructions say remove shoes, then we're going to take our shoes off. Remember, you're still in somebody's home. So don't give out combo codes. Don't give out the key. I was doing an open house once. I was blown away. The couple came in, and I don't know why, but they were just chatty as all could get out. And they actually said, we've seen about 10 homes before, and we've never met our agent. I don't know who the agent was, and I'm glad I don't know who the agent was. You can't just give out codes to the public and let them go into homes without you. Not to keep drilling it in your head, but let's keep drilling it in your head. Another thing I can't do, we are not attorneys. If y'all haven't started saying that to yourself in the morning mirror as part of your morning affirmations, I am not an attorney, then please start, because we need this reminder. Guys, we are asked a lot. Clients are going to ask you, can't you just add this verbiage? Can't you just edit this contract? Can't you just draft? And that's where we need to remember that we follow their lawful instructions. They're going to ask you first. I'm a lot cheaper than an attorney. So they're going to ask you first, and we need to know how to respond. Remember, only parties to the contract can draft. So if you're in an agency agreement, aren't you a party to the contract? If your firm gives you permission, can you draft? Did you hear? If the firm gives you permission, because remember, the party is the client and the firm. I am not a party to the sales contract. That's buyers and sellers. Laundry list of things we can't do continues. I can't engage in improper brokerage commission. An example of improper brokerage commission would be paying my unlicensed employee a commission. Unlicensed employees can only get paid hourly or salary. So if you hire somebody to work for you 10 hours a week, you are paying them for 10 hours, whether you had a closing this week or not. They can't get referral fees. They can't get commission. Remember our LL Beans from Unit 1. We can't act unworthy or incompetent. Super simple philosophy. When in doubt, find out. The resources are out there. You have the tools, you have the resources. There's no reason to not properly fill out the forms. There's no reason to properly not fill in the blanks. We have the resources. When in doubt, find out. We have a duty to avoid discriminatory practices. North Carolina Fair Housing has the same protected classes as federal. So making sure that we are not discriminating against fresh corn at any time. As we said, we're not going to lie to get our license. We're going to be truthful on our application. The laundry list continues. We're going to avoid any unlawful acts of our unlicensed employees. You have a whole list of stuff in the comments. The comments spell out what is it that your unlicensed employee can do. And if it's not on that list, then they can't do it. When y'all send in payment for your application. And when y'all renew your license every year, make sure you have the funds to clear. Because if that comes back, they're not going to like that. So make sure before you pay that renewal fee every year. Make sure before you submit your application, you have the funds. And as a matter of fact, just any violation of license law or commission rule. So much of this class has been the focus. We may not have spelled it out, but most of what we do is something about license law and commission rule. And guys, you didn't learn everything in pre-licensing. You've learned a lot, but we've just introduced you to, we've just scratched lots and lots of surfaces. So use your resources. There are links to license law and commission rule on the Real Estate Commission's homepage. So you don't even have to go far to get your hands on the license law and commission rule. And again, you guys, when in doubt, find out. And on it goes. Questions about the things we can't do, they really do take the fun out of it for us, don't they? You mean I can't lie or cheat? I wish you would have told me that on day one. Questions? Other things that we get from the commission, other things that we need to do. Every year that you renew your license, you're going to get a renewal card. This is a proof of license each year. Once you get your license, you're going to get the nice 8.5 by 11. But every year you renew, you're going to get a new pocket card. Pocket card just shows that you have renewed. Remember, if you've renewed, all you've done is paid the fee. Your license status is current. So you pay the fee every year, you get a new renewal card. And we have a duty to carry this with us anytime we're engaging in real estate activities. So you can either get the print version where you cut it out and it fits so nicely in your wallet. They also have a digital version that you can carry around on your phone. If you're a nerd like me, you got both. I'm ready to go, whether I have my wallet or my phone. It's a good chance I got one or each, right? So anytime you're engaging in real estate activities, working with buyers and sellers, working with landlords and tenants, doing an open house, attending CE, anything like that, you will need your pocket card with you. And you get a new one every year that you renew. Once you're licensed, if you change your name or your address, maybe you get married, maybe you get divorced. If you change your name or any of your contact information, we have a duty to notify the commission within 10 days of that change. Once you're licensed, you will have an account with the Real Estate Commission. There's a link on the homepage that says broker log on. So you log on to your broker account and you can update any of your contact information. You can also make sure that your post-licensing credit is posted, that your CE credit is posted, all those things they make you take. You will find that in your broker account on the commission's website. Yes, ma'am, Sherry.
Okay, it's funny that you said that because I was going to ask you, because currently, I'm divorced. I still have my ex-husband's last name, but when I filed for my divorce through the state of North Carolina, I put that I want my maiden name, but because it's so hard to get into like the Social Security office and to change it? Because you have to have your social to get your ID and all that changed. And how would I try to go about like with my name?
If it's officially changed before you get your license, you got to get with Lane. Make sure Lane has your current right name to submit. If it changes after you're licensed, then you log on to your account and you change your name within 10 days.
Okay.
So 10 days to update your information. By the way, every year you renew, they're going to ask you, is this information correct? So they give us an opportunity, but again, commission rule says we have to update that within 10 days of the change. Another commission rule. We all know we have to get a background check before you have your license, right? Once you get licensed, you're not off the hook. If you find that you are convicted, not charged, y'all watch those test questions. If you're charged, you've not been convicted. Charged means you have charges against you. Convicted means the gavel has come down and the judge has said guilty. So everybody good so far? There's a difference in being charged versus being convicted. If you've been convicted, if you've pled guilty, or if you get yourself in trouble with another licensing board, some of you might have another professional license. Do I have any CPAs out there, nurses out there, cosmetology, anybody with a professional license? If you get a real estate license in another state, if you get yourself in trouble with the courts or with your other licensing board, you have a duty to report that within 60 days of the conviction. What are they going to do to you when you report that conviction? I don't know. It's going to depend on what kind of threat you are to their public. But this is what I do know, and this is what I can tell you for a fact, and this is what we see in the disciplinary action. Failure to report, and they find out, is an automatic violation of commission rule. So don't think, how are they going to find out? Oh, but they find out. I don't know what kind of house y'all grew up in, but in my house, it was much better that I tell mama than let mama find out on her own. Don't let mama go to church on Sunday and find out. Ooh, that's not a good afternoon. Anybody else's mama similar, right? Think of the commission like mama. It's much better that you tell them what you did than let them find out on your own. Again, you can report your conviction in your licensee logon. You just have to do so within 60 days of the conviction. Not the charge, but the conviction. Questions on this? Okay. Let's take 10. Keep going when we get back. Funny. All right, welcome back. Cameras are on. I am taking attendance. I have a question for you guys. It's not doing it now. Can y'all hear? My ceiling fan is off and on loud. I don't know what it's doing. Can you guys hear it? Is it loud enough for you guys to hear it? Okay, good. That makes me feel better. I was worrying it was, but it's like a rah, rah, rah. I don't know why, and it comes and goes. And I think the solution is going to be some WD-40 this afternoon. And if that doesn't fix it, then, but it's driving me crazy. As long as you guys can't hear it, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. All right. 60 days from the conviction. And again, make yourself a note because your test question is going to say you've been charged. Just because you've been charged with something doesn't mean that you've been convicted. Does everybody hear the difference? Gavel comes down, judge says guilty. Now you've been convicted. 60 days to report. Another commission rule we get is advertising. The BIC is responsible for all advertisements that come out of the firm or on behalf of the brokers. Remember, when you put an ad out there that says, call me, I can help you sell real estate, that ad is under the firm's name. You are an affiliate with the firm. So every ad we do, we need to have the BIC's consent. And we know how the internet works these days, right? Social media, you hit submit and it's out there. So you need to have, especially provisional brokers, you need to have your BIC review the ad before you put it out there. Also remember with ads, as we just kind of hit on, we can't have blind ads. Who can remind me what a blind ad is?
It has to have the firm's name.
That's right. A blind ad is one that does not list the firm's name. Whose listing is it? Is it yours? It is the firm's. Whose services are you advertising? It is the firm's. So we have to have the firm's name. I took a class a couple years ago. I don't remember what the class was, but I remember this story coming up in the class. And the instructor said that there was a case, I think it was in Charlotte, and the agent went to social media, and it was kind of a joke, but had the right people seen this, it may not have been funny. The agent went to social media and said, Beyonce's coming to town. I want to buy tickets, buy a house from me so I can afford to go see Beyonce. Were they advertising their brokerage services? Yeah. Yes. So even if it seems like a joke, because we want to go see Beyonce, even if it seems like a joke, if you are out there telling the public to call you or let you know if they need help with real estate, you are advertising your broker services, and your broker services are conducted under the firm. So no blind ads. Got a commission rule on delivery of instruments. How long after execution or receipt do I have to deliver instruments? Everybody can show me? Yep. 3 days. So first off, what the heck is an instrument? An instrument is just any document that relates to this transaction. Generally speaking, it starts with our working with real estate agent disclosure, our agency paperwork. Eventually, we'll have contract paperwork, and fingers crossed, one day we will have closing paperwork. And anything in between. There's a common misconception. Some new brokers think, well, I'll just wait until the end of the transaction and deliver everything in one nice, neat little email. You just violated commission rule. We have 3 days, no later than 3 days, to deliver instruments from execution or receipt, whichever one happens first. Usually when you get it, starts that 3-day clock. And seriously, you guys, how long does it take you 3 days to send an email with a PDF attachment? This is, here's our signed agency agreement. I look forward to working with you. Did that take you 3 days to do? And if you have an email or an e-signature program, now you have a date and time stamp that you sent it. So now you have your documentation. The only exception to this rule is when you're delivering offers to a seller. May you be the listing agent. May you be the buyer's agent with a for sale by owner. Whenever we're delivering offers to a seller, we have a duty to deliver those immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. Another commission rule addresses retention of records. How long do we have to keep everything? For a minimum of 3 years. And that's just the minimum. The recommendation is you keep it longer, of course, but a minimum of 3 years. And what do we keep? What am I documenting? Everything. So why am I not keeping everything? If you ever find yourself going, I wonder if I should keep this, the answer is yes. You can't have too much, but you could not have enough. So we're going to keep all signed agency agreements, contracts, any offers that get rejected. We're going to keep all the CMAs that we run for the seller. We're going to have our measurements. Whether you measured or you hired somebody to measure for you, that's documentation, that's proof of how it was done. Your email correspondence, your text communications, anything that relates to this transaction needs to be kept. And the rule here says the retention of records, that 3-year clock starts from the completion of the transaction. May that be that we successfully made it to closing or we didn't and we terminated. Whenever we are done doing anything for that client, that's when our 3-year clock starts. What do they say? From the successful or unsuccessful completion of the transaction. There's a commission rule that addresses disclosure of offers. Specifically, the commission rule says I cannot disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's consent. Remember, the offeror is the giver of the offer. Listing agents, if you find yourself in a multiple offer situation, you're going to get a call from a buyer's agent, and that buyer's agent's going to ask you, what's the highest priced offer you have in your hand right now? And unless you have consent of that offeror, you cannot answer that question. Your answer is, we are accepting all offers until this date and time. I encourage your buyer to bring their highest and best. Buyer's agents. You may find yourself in a situation where you're working with 2 buyers, and then good times, both buyers become interested in the same property. I can't pit them against each other. I can't say this is what the Smiths are offering, this is what the Jones are offering, unless I have those offerors' consent. And is any offeror in their right mind going to give you permission to tell them what their offer is, to tell others? No. And that's why we're protecting those offers. Questions? Continuing on. The next section, here it is, the long anticipated trust account. So we're going to talk about the trust money. Trust accounts, also known as the escrow account. The two can be used interchangeably. So we're going to talk about the trust account, also known as the escrow account, and what brokers need to know about this. So first off, the basic definition of a trust account. It's an account that has somebody else's money in it. The basic definition of a trust account is an account that has somebody else's money in it. Your money does not belong in the trust account. You are the impartial third party that is holding somebody else's money. If your firm has a trust account, they will also have an operating account. And the operating account is where your money goes. It's how they're going to receive commission. It's how they're going to pay you, pay their bills, etc. I should say this, property managers, you have to have a trust account. You have to have a trust account as a property manager because your security deposit has to run through the trust account, because rent has to run through the trust account. Property managers, you are the impartial third party that is holding money on behalf of the landlord and the tenant. Sales, some sales firms still have a trust account, but I'll be honest and tell you that many are doing away with it because back in the day of the disciplinary action, the number one violation was trust account. And so one day, a lot of real estate firms kind of woke up and said, well, gee, if we don't have to have one. The truth is our closing attorneys have to have a trust account. Closing attorneys are dealing with sellers' proceeds and the money that the buyer wires in. How much does your buyer have to bring to closing? All of that money goes into a trust account because it's not the attorney's money, it's the seller's and buyer's money. So after closing, after that deed's recorded, the attorney will pay everybody, me and you included, out of their trust account. If you affiliate with a firm with a trust account, part of your new agent training will be to go over how they want you to handle that. Who do you talk to? How do you request funds when you're getting ready for closing? All that will come in your new agent training if you affiliate with a firm with a trust account. So examples of monies that we're going to see in our trust account. We talked about rent, security deposit, but in the sales world, the other thing that we see in trust account is that earnest money deposit. And our sales contract spells out who the escrow agent is. Who is the agent that will be handling that earnest money deposit? Remember, you guys, due diligence fee does not go in a trust account. An option fee does not go in a trust account. This is money that the buyer pays directly to the seller. Commission rules specifically regulate how we handle trust money, but understand they also have side notes on how we handle due diligence fee and option fees. If I have my hand on any of this money, due diligence fee or option fee, I'm pretty much playing delivery man. I'm helping to get it from buyer to seller. And whenever those fees are in your possession, they are your responsibility. We always have a duty to safeguard other people's monies. So when they're in your hand, they're your responsibility. My suggestion to you is get it to where it needs to go. There was an email. We know statewide we're doing bad when we get an email from the Real Estate Commission. And there was an email that came out, and this was last year or the year before. And they were getting a lot of reports. I think sometimes we try to find creative solutions. And while I think that's wonderful, we need to make sure that our creative solutions don't violate license law and commission rule. And they were getting reports of buyers cash apping the due diligence fee to their broker so that the broker could cut a check to the seller. I love that y'all look very irritated by this right now, because that tells me that we get that I can't do that. Anytime you're holding somebody else's money, even if it's for a millisecond, whenever you're holding somebody else's money, the email was reminding us that you must have a trust account. So before you can accept a cash app with somebody's due diligence fee, you need to come up with another creative solution. A common question: do all real estate firms, do all brokers have to have a trust account? And the answer is no. The only ones that have to have a trust account are those that are going to hold trust money. If you're not holding rent, if you're not holding a security deposit, and you're not holding earnest money, then you do not need a trust account. Your firm does not need a trust account. My soon-to-be PBs, my future provisional brokers. You also will be handed trust money. You will be handed due diligence fee. Again, a big part of our job is to play delivery man. As a provisional broker, when you're handed monies to hang on to, you as the provisional broker cannot walk around with somebody else's money. Full brokers should not. PBs cannot. So whenever you're handed trust money, due diligence fee, option fee, PBs, you need to get it immediately to your BIC. You cannot walk around with somebody else's money. So where is all this money held? Well, trust accounts have to be in a bank approved to do business in North Carolina. The bank doesn't necessarily have to be located in North Carolina, but they have to be approved to lawfully be able to do business in North Carolina. And in addition to that, the bank has to be in an FDIC insured. You know, because the bank has a sticker on the front door. Start looking for it, you'll see it. The bank is either FDIC insured, or it's FDIC insured, or it's not. Many credit unions are not FDIC insured. So if you're setting up your own trust account, maybe you're a landlord and you need a trust account, you'll need to set it up at a bank that is FDIC insured. The trust account is an on-demand account, which means if the buyer terminates or if the lease is over, we need to be able to immediately refund the earnest money or the security deposit. Let's imagine a bad day in real estate, a bad day in real estate, and all of your buyers and sellers terminate their contracts today. Every single contract your firm has terminates today. It's a bad day. The trust account has to have on-demand of funds, which means they need to release that earnest money immediately. We're not touching it until we're dispersing it. It is somebody else's money. Deposit requirements when it comes to earnest money deposit or security deposit. We have 3 banking days from receipt. So whatever days the bank is open is defined as a banking day. And remember, anytime you're counting days, day 1 is always the day after receipt or execution. So today's what, Thursday? So if I receive an earnest money deposit today, Friday would be day 1, Monday, Tuesday. I gotta have it in by 5 p.m. on Tuesday. We have 3 banking days. If Monday were a holiday, It's now Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We always have 3 days from receipt, banking days. Property managers, if you're dealing with rent or repair funds, same thing. 3 banking days from receipt. Do you receive rent? Property managers, you have 3 banking days to get it in the trust account. And then you will disperse that rent through the trust account. So you'll pay, yourself, you'll pay whatever property expenses are owed or due. And the last person that gets paid will be your owner, landlord, investor. So 3 banking days from receipt. The exception to this rule is if you're ever handed cash, cash is deposited immediately. Cash is readily available funds. So if we deposit cash, I can immediately turn around and write a check. I don't have to wait for cash to clear. But for everybody's safety, we don't want anybody running around with a bunch of cash. Commission rule says that we deposit cash immediately, and your firm very well may have a policy that says, yeah, no, we're not going to touch cash. You're going to get me a certified check, money order, something like that. It's much safer for everybody. Back in the day when I mentioned that we saw disciplinary actions a lot on the trust account before real estate firms figured out that if we didn't have to have one, that we didn't need to. I'll tell you the number one violation, the number one thing that people do wrong with the trust account is commingling. Commingling is putting your money into your trust account or putting somebody else's money into your operating account. They are two distinctly separate accounts. The trust account has somebody else's money. The operating account has your money. And again, I believe most people are good. I really do. And it might come something like you get a call or a letter from the city that says you're behind on your power bill. And if you don't pay by the end of the week, they're going to cut your power. And you go, man, I don't get paid until next week. How about I borrow money from the trust account, and as soon as I get paid next week, I'll reimburse it. Can you do that to keep your power on? But what if it's the middle of winter and you're cold? Can you do that to keep your power on? You've just engaged in commingling. Remember, they're on-demand accounts. So if you borrow from the trust account, then you don't have everybody's money ready to release them on demand. Trust account has somebody else's money. Operating account is yours, and they are 2 different accounts that do 2 different things. The exception to this rule: if your account drafts monthly fees, if your trust account drafts monthly fees or annual fees or whatever, you can have no more than $100 of your own money in the trust account to cover those fees. And when that deplenishes down, $12 a month, for example, and when that deplenishes down, then you can reimburse it. You can never have more than $100 of your own money in the trust account. And the only reason why it's there is to cover the banking fees. For the most part, brokers, firms, we only need 1 trust account. Some firms do for sale and for lease, which means they have security deposit, earnest money deposits, and rents. You only need 1 account. You could choose to have more than 1, but you only need 1 account. There is an exception to this rule. If you're a property manager and you're managing multiple HOAs, each HOA needs its own trust account. Each HOA needs its own trust account. So your property manager with 4 HOAs, that means you have at least 4 trust accounts. But other than that, 1 account will suffice. By the way, the commission offers a class. You can find it on their website about how they want you to manage a trust account. Again, so if you're ever going to have one, the resources are out there, the tools are out there. Start with the Real Estate Commission's website. It's always a great place to start. And you get CE credit if you take that class. So you can knock out your CE elective and learn how to properly manage and maintain your trust account. When it comes to the earnest money deposit, sometimes these funds get in dispute. So let's back up just for a second. We have a sales contract that's pretty clear that says if the buyer terminates for any reason within due diligence, they're going to get their earnest money back. If the buyer terminates for any reason after due diligence, now they're in breach, and the seller will get the earnest money deposit. I have a bilateral agreement that both parties sign agreeing to this. However, if anybody terminates, if we don't make it to closing, the parties have to agree to release the earnest money. The parties have to agree to release it. And if either party fails to agree to release it in writing, I got forms for that. If anybody fails to release it, that earnest money is in dispute. And the escrow agent, because it's not their money, the escrow agent can't determine what happens to that earnest money. Even if an attorney is holding it, they can interpret the contract, but it's not their money. So the parties have to agree to release it. And again, we got forms for all that. And if they don't release it, then the earnest money is in dispute. The escrow agent is to make a couple attempts to try to get the parties to resolve that. They may send like a certified letter, for example, to try to get the parties to resolve it. But after a certain amount of time, if it's not resolved, then the escrow agent has the duty to turn that money over to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out. The escrow agent cannot make decisions about what happens to the earnest money because it's not their money. So X amount of time, we don't have a resolution. The escrow agent turns it over to the clerk of courts. If the two don't go downtown, eventually the clerk of courts will turn it over to the state of North Carolina, and they can do with it whatever they wish. Questions on the trust account? Next, we're going to talk about some license law and commission rule requirements about our fees and commission. We're going to talk about full and timely disclosure on any fees. So first off, this first section, client has to agree to compensation. They have to agree to how we're going to get paid when we do what we've been hired to do. So any agreement at commission or compensation is going to be found in our agency agreement. We got listing agreement, we got buyer's agency agreements, and we have property management agreements. So how we're going to get paid, we come to that agreement in our agency agreements. Remember, you guys, whose commission is it? It is the firm's. So the firm gets paid at closing, the firm processes it, and then they pay you. So it's not your commission, it's the firm's commission, because that's who the relationship is with. And because that's who the relationship is with, the broker can't be paid directly. All compensation has to run through the firm. Referrals, bonuses, all of that has to run through the firm. You get a bonus, you take your buyer to a builder, new construction, and that builder's offering, I don't know, $500 for any acceptable offers by the end of the week. That $500 has to run through your firm. Are you going to get all 500? Are you going to get a portion of the 500? The answer to that is, it depends on your firm's policy. Your firm will have a policy how they're going to pay you those bonuses, referral fees, etc. What we disclose to our clients, what we agree to in the agency agreement, is how much the firm is going to collect. It is nobody's business of the firm's commission how much I'm going to get. It is nobody's business what my compensation split is. What we disclose is how much the firm is going to collect. And then the firm decides what to do with their money. Provisional brokers and actually full brokers as well. Again, we can only be paid directly by our firm, by our BIC. PBs especially, the full brokers, once you drop that provisional status, this applies to you as well. All compensation, all forms of commission and compensation, referral fees, bonuses, it all has to run through the firm. There was a case we've talked about it. Times were tough 2020, 2021 around the pandemic. And a lot of buyer's agents, because we needed listing agents or we needed sellers. So a lot of agents, I should say, were trying to get business. And they were out there with the promotion that if you use me to help you buy or sell your home, I'll give you some of my commission. Hire me. I know, look at y'all. I hear you. It was tough, y'all. You just got to trust me when I say that. It was tough. But you could say, hire me and I'll give you a portion of my commission. And brokers, firms can do that because buyers, sellers are a party to the agreement. So you're not paying a referral fee. They are parties to the agreement, parties to the agency agreement. So hire me and I'll give you X amount or a percentage. And it's okay as long as it's disclosed. Buyer's agents, you need to make sure you disclose that to the lender. But yes, we can share our commission with buyers and sellers because they are a party to the agency agreement. So you receive a bonus or incentive from somebody other than your client. Y'all call me if you ever get offered a car. Seriously. Sell my house and I'll give you a car. I got questions. Usually what we see is cash. Same thing if you ever get offered a trip. Will y'all please call me? Because I got lots and lots and lots of questions. But anything that's offered, any kind of bonus or incentive, no matter how big, how small, it's got to be disclosed to our client. And it has to be disclosed in a full and timely manner. Full meaning we're saying how much. Full meaning we're saying if you buy this home, I'm getting a $500 bonus. Timely meaning we are disclosing it and enough time for the client to take it into consideration. We've got to disclose bonuses or incentives to our client by the time we're ready to present the offer or receive the offer. They got to have all the information to take everything into consideration. You can't sit at the closing table. They have their pen in their hand and you say, as soon as you sign this, I'm getting $500 bonus. That's not a timely disclosure. They need that information to consider when they enter into the contract. Let's consider something for a second. Y'all put your pencils down just for 1 second. Y'all make my hand hurt. Put your pencils down for a second. Let's think this through. Seller's offering a $500 bonus. That $500 bonus comes from the purchase price, right? Who's paying the purchase price? Buyer. So technically, where's that $500 coming from? The buyer. Now, we don't need to spell it out like that for them, but that's why they have a right to know. They have a right to know that you're going to make more money off of their transaction. So when it comes to commission, it's so simple. Disclose, disclose, disclose. We've got to disclose our commission, bonuses, referral fees, and all of that is handled in our agency agreements. Remember that NAR settlement that we're not worrying about just yet? This is a big part of that NAR settlement. When you get affiliated, you're going to learn about disclosing. It's very, very, very hot topic right now with that NAR settlement. So just be prepared for that when you affiliate with your firms. They're probably going to spend some time talking about how we properly disclose that commission. I think we're good here. Commission will not hear complaints about compensation. Again, if you're not happy with the commission split you're getting from your firm, don't call the real estate commission. The only thing they can tell you to do is go find another firm. So remember, I got you guys, hopefully you're shopping around, you're talking to a couple different firms before you affiliate. But also remember, you're independent contractors. Agents firm hop. It happens. And it's funny to say this, you guys. You want your free piece of advice for today? Y'all read that independent contractor agreement before you sign it, because there may be things in there like, if you're a new agent, we're going to offer you new agent training, and we won't charge you for this training if you stay with us for 3 years, which means if you leave before 3 years, then you may have to reimburse them for their training. All firms are different. All independent contractor agreements are different. So please read them before you sign and address any questions you have before you sign. The other thing with our commission to address, let's say your license expires. Maybe your license goes inactive. Remember, we can only be paid, or we mostly can be paid on an active, a current active license. So your license expires or it goes inactive. The question is, could the broker be compensated for those real estate activities that they conducted before their license was expired? And what's our favorite answer? It depends. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you brokeraged the majority of the deal, the majority of the transaction, before your license is expired or before your license goes inactive, if you did most of the work and you stopped all brokerage activities the second your license goes expired or inactive, the commission will allow the firm to pay you. It's up to the firm's policy of whether or not they're going to, but the commission will allow it as long as we have those two things. You brokerage the majority of the deal and you stop all activities as soon as your license is expired. The real estate commission will allow the firm to pay you. Whether or not you'll get paid is up to the firm's policy. Again, things you need to look at in that independent contractor agreement. If your license goes expired and you continue brokerage activities, you're not entitled to any commission. That's the second piece. So if your license goes expired, it's because you didn't pay the renewal fee, and your license will be expired on July 1st. If you just picked this client up yesterday, you didn't brokerage the majority of the deal. You didn't do anything. If you have this client a couple days away from closing, or maybe a week, maybe this thing is supposed to close on July 10th, you can't finish the transaction. You can't go to closing. You've got to stop all brokerage activities on July 1st. And again, it's up to the firm whether or not they will pay you. Questions on this? So the last thing I have to say here, throughout this class, we have talked a lot about, not a lot, but we've talked about the provisional brokers and things that the PBs can and cannot do. And I always want you guys to remember, once you get licensed as a PB, you can do pretty much anything that a full broker can do, as long as you're supervised by a broker in charge, as long as you are affiliated with a broker in charge. Everybody good so far? Provisional brokers can't do anything until you activate your license. You activate them by affiliating with a firm. And once you're in, you can list property for sale. You can work with buyers. You can do just about everything that a full broker can do because you're under the supervision of a firm. Everybody good so far? Throughout this class, we've mentioned a few things that the PB can never do. So let's sum all that up. PBs, you cannot be designated opposite of the broker in charge. Can PBs be in dual agency with the broker in charge? I got head shaking, yes. The only caveat is you cannot be designated opposite of your broker in charge. Provisional brokers can't walk around with somebody else's money. So if your buyer or owner, landlord hand you a check and say, hang on to this for me, you need to immediately get it to your broker in charge. You cannot walk around with somebody else's money. And the other thing we said you can't do is do a BPO or CMA for a fee. You can do a CMA or BPO, but you cannot charge a fee. And guys, once you're affiliated, this is it. This is your only no list. Drop that provisional status, and now you can be designated opposite your BIC. Now you could walk around with somebody else's money, but I would encourage you not to. And now you can charge a fee to do a BPO. So you really don't have any limitations. Once you're licensed, and once you're affiliated. Questions? Don't forget in Learn Test Pass, there's a part 3 exam. It's after the unit 15 material. And there are several, there's good things in there. I think most of it's cumulative. So you can use Learn Test Pass to help you prepare for the exam. I do think it's just good advice. The best way I can tell you to practice for an exam is to take exams. So make sure you're utilizing Learn Test Pass. You have a part 1 exam for units 1 through 5. You have a part 2 exam through 6 through 10. And now we're here at the end of part 3 for the rest of it. So please make sure you're taking advantage of Learn Test Pass. Again, all the slides, everything from Unit 15 is in our Google Drive. One way or another, please spend time on all of Unit 15 because it's a great refresher. If you've not seen agency in a few weeks, I need you to jump into the deep end. And you can use Unit 3, you can use Unit 15, you got the comments, you got our YouTube channel, all sorts of good stuff. Questions? Anybody? I know I'm a few minutes early on break, but before we start the next one thing, let's go ahead. When we come back, we're going to hit the highlights from the units that we skipped. So I'm going to tell you what you need to know when we come back. Let's take 10. Nothing bad. All right. Back, I'm taking attendance. Let's talk about those units. Ebony, I got you. You're in. Let's talk about those units we skipped. And I think the best way to talk about those units we skip is to remind ourselves. I'm in our Google Drive, and I have a sheet here for you guys called the number of questions that you can expect to see, both from the end of class exam and from our retake. So I got, look at Unit 9 for your end of class exam. Look at Unit 9 for the retake. You see why I didn't want to spend a lot of time on Unit 9? I have about one thing to say about Unit 9. Everybody with me? Same thing with Unit 12 and Unit 14. So I'm going to hit the highlights. I'm going to cover what you need to know, both for my end of class exam and the retake. If you're eligible, I'll talk about the retake. For your state exam, you can expect to see 2 or 3, maybe 4 questions from Unit 9. I have recorded, pre-recorded all of Unit 9, all of Unit 13, no, Unit 12, I'm sorry, and all of Unit 14, 9, 12, and 14. So when you're preparing for your state exam, you have those units in our YouTube channel already. And by the way, all 3 units are like 55 minutes. So it won't take you long, but it could give you a couple extra test questions for your state exam. Is everybody good so far? I know there's been some concern about skipping around. So this is why. Y'all want to spend more time in Unit 20, or you want to spend more time in Unit 14? Or Unit 2? Why did I say 20? Spend more time in Unit 2 or Unit 14. Is everybody with me? The method behind Julie's Madness. So what I want to do now is go back to 9, 12, and 14 and hit the highlights. Let you know what you might see. Thank you. What you might see for the end of class exam. And by the way, this could also apply to the retake if you're eligible. Do I have everybody? Everybody good? Okay. So first off, what do I have to say about Unit 9? Well, all of Unit 9 is basically about property insurance, which we've talked about. We've talked about how the buyer needs to shop around for homeowners insurance as part of their due diligence. They have to secure it. The lender has to approve it. We also talked about how the seller is responsible for insurance through closing. The risk of loss is on the seller because they still own the property until that deed is recorded. So the big thing to know from Unit 9 is what our role, our responsibility is when it comes to property insurance. Again, we're telling the seller, keep insurance until it closes. We're telling the buyer, shop around for insurance during due diligence, remembering that the lender has to approve it. Listing agents, at some point between now and closing, your seller has to move out. And when your seller moves out, that property is defined as vacant. Now, if it's going to be a day or 2 before closing, probably nothing to get excited about. But if the seller's moving out a couple weeks or a couple months before closing, we need to encourage them to reach out to their insurance agent and report the home as vacant. Can I make anybody do anything? No. So all I can do is have a conversation, but we need to let them know, here's the deal. Vacant homes have a higher risk of theft, of vandalism, because there's nobody there monitoring or occupying the property. And because of their increased risk of theft or vandalism, there's a good chance that your seller's premium might go up for that time that it's vacant. They may have to pay more for that time that it's vacant. But here's the deal. Failure to report it and something happens, the insurance company may say, we're not going to cover that because you didn't report it as vacant. So the best thing I can do is tell my seller, you're moving out 3 months before this thing closes. I need you to contact your insurance agent and report it as vacant. Failure to do so means that they may not cover. Y'all gonna document that conversation with your seller? Yeah. Because if they don't and something happens and insurance says we're not touching it, who are they going to blame first? So I need you to have that conversation. I need you to have that documentation that you talk to them about the importance. Again, you guys, anytime that you are face to face or on the phone, anything of substance, I need you to go home and pound out an email talking about per our conversation. You need to contact your insurance agent and have them reported as vacant. The other thing we said, that risk of loss, our contract spells out that the risk of loss is on the seller through closing, which means they cannot drop insurance until that deed changes hands. Buyers, everybody's got to be adequately insured. Make sure we have the correct coverage. Specifically, if we're looking at a buyer possession before closing or a seller possession after closing. Somebody's acting as the landlord, somebody else is acting as the tenant. So both parties have to have proper coverage. And then we got the buyer shopping around for homeowners insurance during their due diligence. They're going to select the policy. They submit the policy to the lender and the lender approves it. There's certain criteria that they have to have. And we also want to make sure that the buyer can afford their monthly payment, even with insurance. So if insurance premiums are higher, or if there is, if it's in a flood hazard, that higher insurance may mean that they're above their allowable monthly payment, in which case we're not going to get loan approval. And buyer's agents, worst case scenario, if we have to terminate, the best thing I can do is terminate within due diligence so I can get my buyer their earnest money back. So have them shop around. Questions on insurance? Do I have any accountants or CPAs on the call? Sometimes I do. Do I have any accountants, CPAs? Not this class, or not that you want to fess up to? Okay. Unit 12 is our accountants unit. This is where we get to wear our accountant's hat. There's a couple things to take into consideration, just like the appraisal hat, just like the home inspector, the home insurance agent, the lender. We've introduced you to lots of hats, but just make sure you're only wearing your brokerage hat. Stay in your lane. If you're not an accountant or a CPA, then you cannot offer tax advice. You may do your own taxes every year on TurboTax. Does that qualify you to give advice? Absolutely not. So we want to make sure that we're encouraging our buyers. The year you buy, there could be tax advantages. Tell your sellers to talk to their accountants because the year they sell, they could owe taxes. There's taxes involved with buying and selling. And the one thing I need you guys to hear is that we cannot give tax advice unless we are certified, unless we are qualified to do so. Stay in your lane. When it comes to working with investors, there's tax laws, we'll call it, that the investors may qualify for. And again, any of your investor clients, we're going to have them talk to their accountant. But you and I need a basic understanding about some of these investment terms. So we're going to define the word. We're going to see some math formulas. I don't think you're going to see math problems. but I know some of us are vocabulary brain. The rest of us are math brain, right? So we're going to tell you what the words mean. We're going to give you the formulas to help you understand what's happening with these without touching the calculator. So defining some words for investors, investor accountants, or accounting investors. Specifically, investors are entitled to something called capital gain tax. And how we arrive at capital gain tax is looking at several different pieces. And the first piece in determining capital gain taxes is terming out the basis. The basis is what you paid for it. When you bought this investment property, what was the purchase price? So the basis is what you purchased it for. The adjusted basis is what you purchased it for, your purchase price, plus any allowable closing costs, plus any capital improvements that you made during the time that you own the property. Painting a room is not a capital improvement. Mowing the yard is not a capital improvement. Capital improvement is increasing the value. So what we're looking at with the adjusted basis is what you paid for it back in the day, plus your allowable closing costs, and whatever you did to it while you owned it. Now you're ready to sell this investment property, and your sales price is going to be your amount realized. The amount realized is what you sold it for minus your closing costs. So we had our adjusted basis, which is what I paid for it back in the day, plus what I did to it, capital improvements. And now fast forward to when you sell it and you have your amount realized minus your closing costs. So to find your capital gains taxes, it's the difference between the two. You take your amount realized minus your adjusted basis, and that gives you your capital gain taxes. Capital gain taxes are what investors are paying for that investment property when they sell that investment property. So we're going to see an example played out in just a second. So let's say we've been using the term as investor, but all homeowners are investors, right? So whether your investment for yourself or for your investment for others, are there some taxes or there's some gains that can be taxed when you sell your primary residence? And of course, we know the answer to that is it depends. First off, when you sell a property to qualify it as a primary residence, you had to live there 2 out of the last 5 years. Now that 2 years does not need to be consistent, but if you've lived there for 2 out of the last 5 years, you may be eligible for these gains. And if you're eligible for these gains, what we're saying is if you're single or if you're married filing separately, you can have $250,000 exempt from capital gains tax. Again, we're going to see this all played out in just a second. If you're married filing jointly, your exemption for capital gains could be $500,000. So whether or not this is your primary residence depends on if you've lived there 2 out of the last 5 years. Is this a primary resident investment property? Investors may not be eligible because they're probably not living there. So we've defined the words. So let's look at an example. You got your original purchase price. Your basis is 398,000. We're going to add to that $1,550 in closing costs. During the time that you owned it, you invested $100,000 in capital improvements. Fast forward 20 years and you sell it for $920,000 with your closing costs. So the first question would be, what are your possible capital gains? So we're going to find our adjusted basis. The adjusted basis is the purchase price plus your closing costs, plus whatever you put into it during the time that you owned it. So your adjusted basis in this example is $499,550. Now fast forward to when you sold it. You sell it for $920,000 minus your closing costs, and that gives you your amount realized. The difference between the two is your capital gain taxes. So without these exemptions, you would be responsible for paying tax on $419,850. That's you and your capital gains with your residence. So with these exemptions, what we're saying is that if you are single or you're married filing separately, you have that $250,000 tax exemption. And when we deduct that exemption, you now have taxable capital gains of $169,850. I'm not an accountant, so I can't tell you what the tax rate is. So we just made a number up. And that number that we use is 15%, pretending that the tax rate is 15%. That means your tax bill would be 15% of the $169,850, which is much better than having a tax bill of 15% of the $419,850. So those exemptions, those tax exemptions are that much less in capital gain tax that you need to pay for the sale when you sell your home. CYA. I got 3 of them. Call your accountant, call your attorney, and brokers. I need y'all to cover your assets. You see what I did there? Call your accountant. Questions? Yeah. Who do I hear? I don't know who I hear. Oh, that's Joni. Joni, is that a question or an accidental on mute?
I think it was accidental.
Just want to make sure I didn't miss you. Another thing in our accounting unit, specifically working with investors, is this idea of leverage. Have you guys ever heard the saying, it takes money to make money? We've heard that saying, right? How do you make money? You need some money to make some money. It takes money to make money. And that idea of taking money to make money is the idea of leverage. And investors often use leverage to leverage that borrowed money to leverage their investment. So using any debt to buy their assets, to buy their investment properties could be in the investor's advantage. They may have the cash, but they still may choose to take out a loan because that adds to their leverage. And how that adds to their leverage. We remember this formula for finding net operating income. We saw this in our income capitalization approach. We first learned the net operating income, divided that by the capitalization rate, so we could find the value of the property. And remember when we were talking about this, specifically, we were talking about operating expenses. And we said one of the things that doesn't count for operating expenses is your debt service. Who can remind me what your debt service is? It's two pieces. Your debt service consists of what?
Your principal and your interest.
Your principal and interest is your debt service. So when we're calculating operating expenses, your debt service is not calculated in the operating expenses. So this idea of leverage, using that borrowed fund, using that debt service to your advantage. I'm going to take this formula a step further now. So we have solved for the net operating income. From the net operating income, we're going to deduct your debt service. Remember, this formula is solved annually. So from our net operating income, we deduct our annual debt service, and that gives the investor their before tax cash flow, which is how much money they have before they pay their taxes. You pay your taxes, and now you have after-tax cash flow. So by having that debt service, by having that loan, it's that much less that you're paying on taxes. If we didn't have the debt service, if this investor bought this property with cash, they wouldn't have the debt service, which means your taxes would be paid off of your net operating income. So the idea of leverage is taking advantage of the use of borrowed funds. Taking advantage of the use of borrowed funds, that's that much less taxes that you have to pay. When interest rates go up, we probably see this happening less and less. But a couple years ago, when interest rates were 2 point something, 3 point something, investors were taking big advantage of this because they knew they could give themselves a little bit of tax break. Questions? And we look at Unit 14. Unit 14 is one of my favorite. It saddens me we don't have any more time for it than what we do. But Unit 14 is we're going to put on our builder's hat, our contractor's hat. And it gets into some very, very, very basics on residential construction. First off, note that word, residential. Commercial buildings are built differently than residential. For example, most residential buildings in North Carolina are wood framed. Commercial buildings are often steel framed. So Unit 14 pretty much gets into the basic terms, basic understanding of residential construction. Again, you have the whole thing recorded. North Carolina is great breeding ground for termites. And since most of our residential properties are wood framed, we need to take some preventative actions because we know termites are out there looking for us. So there's things we can do, preventative actions. Those little buggers can do a bunch of damage, especially undetected. You gave them a whole smorgasbord. So oftentimes these wood frame members, this wood used to build the property is going to be treated. It's treated wood, but it doesn't last forever. So again, anything we can do, there's termite baits, there's companies out there, anything we can do to try to prevent it. And have it inspected every once in a while too, just to make sure termites aren't getting at it. So the thing in 14, we kind of introduce you to some different architectural types and styles. The picture on the top left is a ranch. A ranch is defined as all of your living level is on one level. Everything, living room, kitchen, dining room, bedrooms, all of your living is on one level. Maybe you have a basement with a ranch, maybe you don't. The picture in the top right is a split level. So you have the main level here, which is going to have your living room, dining room, kitchen. And then at some point halfway through the home, it splits. When you go upstairs, you're probably looking at bedrooms, bathrooms. When you go downstairs, you're usually looking at a den, maybe a bonus room, utility room. Don't confuse a split level with a split foyer. A split foyer is a two-story home. When you walk in the front door of a split foyer, you got two choices. You either go upstairs or you go downstairs. So I got a split level that we're looking at compared to a split foyer. The bottom left are our townhomes. You may also have condos. Condos can be stacked. You can put one on top of the other because remember with condos, the owner only owns from wall to wall. And then the one in the bottom right is two-story with a basement garage. Maybe that basement is unfinished. And then we see we got a couple extra basements, not counting, but then we got a couple extra floors up here. So we say all this to say that there's several different types, several different styles. And bottom line, it comes down to your buyer's preference. So one of the conversations we're having with our buyer early on is, what type of home are you looking for? And be prepared for your buyer's minds to change, especially as they get out there and start looking at the inventory, start seeing what's available. The starting here, a good idea, and being familiar with these basic architectural types and styles. What do you guys think? Let me ask you a question. Looking at these four, based on cost per square foot, which one do you think is the most expensive to build? Based on cost per square foot, which one is the most expensive to build?
The one on the bottom left.
Bottom left, yeah, because of all the units. That's a great point, Helena. So if we were just to focus on like one unit, let's just pretend this wasn't a big row house. I see what you're saying.
All of them.
Cost per square foot, the most expensive to build single family home, the most expensive to build is generally the ranch because cost per square foot, the two most expensive components are the roof and the foundation. So with the ranch, you have all of the living level under one roof. You have all of it on one foundation. If you take a ranch and make it into a two-story home, you've just used half the roof and half the foundation. So the more roof, the more foundation, you're looking at more per square foot, cost per square foot. Questions on 9, 12, or 14?
Yeah, Julie, quickly, what did you call the house style in the bottom right?
The bottom right, this one,
Yeah,
where'd you go? That's just a two-story, probably a two-story with a basement is what I'm seeing here. Maybe the basement's finished, maybe it's not, but you're still looking at two different levels there.
okay, thank you.
I saw a hand and then it disappeared.
I did.
Hi.
Sorry.
Helena.
Hi. Someone was telling me the other day, since we're talking about, the expensive building at home, um, I'm not sure if they were trying to direct me away from it. As far as like not building, but like a log cabin, they said it costs a lot more to maintain it and to build it. I mean, is that true?
I've heard that as well. I've
Okay.
heard that as well, because you're using a different type of wood, a different type of lumber, if you will. And a lot of that is exterior. So the maintenance and everything on it, as opposed to in our wood framed homes, and then you slap on like vinyl siding or brick siding or something like that that helps protect the home.
Okay.
So that's, the siding makes the house look nice, but it also, can protect the home. And when you're dealing with log cabins, you got that wood exposed too.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I've heard the same thing. I've
Okay.
heard the same thing. So definitely want to do your research if that's what you want. Make sure you
Yeah.
know what you're taking on. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Mhm. Split four-year. Yep. Four-year split, either one. So with that, it's a 2-story home. You walk it like here, you walk in the front door, it looks to me like you got 2 choices. Either go upstairs or you go downstairs. So split foyer. Okay. We're getting so close, you guys. Everybody with me? Everybody bearing with me, hanging in with me? The next thing we have to talk about, I'm going to stop sharing just for 1 second. The next thing that we have to talk about is so very important. But you're not going to be tested on it. And the next thing we have to talk about that's so very important. I think it's one of the most important things that we talk about in this class. And that thing, where did you guys go? That thing to talk about, there you are, hi. That thing we have to talk about is agent safety. So I'm going to start with letting us watch a video, and then we're going to talk about the video. So when this starts, if you guys could give me a thumbs up that you can hear it. And then we'll talk about it. So that you can hear it.
As a real estate professional, you are in a unique position that most working professionals never face. In your business, you often share your contact information openly with others, meet unknown clients, and walk through vacant properties, to name a few. It's because of the unique nature of this business that it's critical for all real estate professionals to have personal safety protocols in place that you follow every day, with every client, every time. So what kind of safety protocols should you implement into your daily routine? Here are a few to consider. When meeting a client for the first time, do not meet a new client at a property right away without first having an initial meeting at your office or a public space, like a coffee shop. During the initial meeting, make copies or take photos of the client's driver's license and pre-approval letter for your records. This precaution allows you to keep a record at the office of who your clients are, their information, and a calendar of appointments. When first meeting with a new client, you should discuss the types of real estate they're interested in and walk them through the safety protocols you have in place for all clients. Now you can arrange showings, meet them at properties, and schedule open houses to help them through the biggest financial decision of their life. When viewing a property, it's okay to ask your client to drive separately. This is a safety precaution for you as much as it is for them. Not to mention you might both have appointments to go to before or afterward.
Hey, this is cute.
As you tour a property, walk behind your client. This routine safety measure allows them to see the room first and make their own impressions. Many agents do not go into attics, garages, or basements as an additional safety measure. But encourage your client to look around and let you know what they think. It is a safe practice to only show vacant properties which might not have electricity during daylight hours. This allows you to see what safety hazards may exist, like a loose floorboard or any defects the house may have.
It's got potential.
When holding an open house, Advise your clients to board their pets and remove jewelry, family photos, credit card receipts, artwork, prescription drugs, and any other valued possessions from the home in advance of the open house. This is just one way to look out for your client and to keep their property and belongings secure. Keep a record of who entered the house by asking everyone who walks in the door to sign in with their name and phone number or show a photo ID. There is something to be said about safety in numbers. Consider bringing along a colleague when holding an open house. If there are several potential buyers walking through the home, even better to have 2 agents on hand to answer questions and keep an eye on things. Safety is an important part of real estate. Be prepared and follow the protocols and processes that have been put in place to keep you and your clients safe. For more information and additional resources, visit www.nar.realtor/safety.
So National Association of Realtors put this video out for us. I don't know how long it's been now, but it serves as a good reminder about the importance of agent safety. Have you guys thought about this yet? Have we considered this? I mean, let's talk about what we're doing. We're opening ourselves up to the public. There's some bad eggs out there in the public, isn't there? So I always need you guys. Safety is always first. There is no amount of commission that's worth your safety. And if you don't believe me now, just ask your family on the next break, and I guarantee you that they will agree with me. So guys, it's awfully tempting. You're sitting, maybe you do office duty, and you get a call, and somebody says, I'm sitting in front of 123 Main Street, and I want to see this home. Can you come show it to me right now? And it's going to be so tempting to hop in your car and run right over there. But I need you to stop and think. I need you to be safe first. Please don't meet strangers at homes by yourself. You know, if you don't have anybody, you can always take somebody with you, safety in numbers. But maybe you say, I'd love to show you that property. I'm on office duty until 1 o'clock. How about I meet you? There's a Starbucks right about around the corner. How about I meet you at that Starbucks at 1 o'clock? We can have a brief discussion, and then I'll go show you that property. You are the professional. You need to be in control. So we're not going to run out and meet strangers by ourselves. What's a tool that I have? What's an excuse that I have to sit down and talk to this buyer before I show them the property?
You're working with real estate agents disclosure.
Isn't that a great excuse? Can I say there's a disclosure that we have to go over first? Again, I'll treat you to Panera. I'll treat you to a Starbucks. Let's sit down for a cup of coffee. Guys, if they're not willing to meet you for a free cup of coffee, then I have to question their intention. I have to question their sincerity. When it comes to safety, what we do for one, we do for all. So I need you guys to set up your safety policies in advance. Don't say something like, oh, well, this is a single female, so I'm comfortable meeting her, but I wouldn't meet a man. You just violated on the protected class of sex. Is everybody with me? So what we do for one, we do for all. I think the 3 best pieces of advice I can give you: be aware of your surroundings. When you go to a home, get out of the car and look around. Look up and down the street. Look around the neighborhood. I think all of you should, at some point, gentlemen, this conversation includes you as well. I think all of you, at some point, should take a self-defense class. Many of our dojos, rec centers, parks, that kind of thing offer a self-defense class to have the basic skills that we need if we need to get away. If we need to get away, that self-defense class. You can take a group of friends, maybe you do something with your firm. But I think it's good to do it. I think it's good to be refreshed on it. I think it's good to be reminded. I was very fortunate many years ago. I worked with a woman that taught self-defense, and she liked to practice. And so her and I, we'd go in the break room at lunchtime and move the tables off to the side and practice our self-defense. It was good for me, and it was good for her as well. So it's not a one and done. I also think all of you form of protection on you at all times, that you're out with the public, you're out showing property, you're out doing open houses. If you have your concealed carry permit, then you can conceal carry while you're showing property, open houses, etc. Your firm may have a policy of whether or not you can conceal carry in the office, but when you're out doing your thing, that's on your own time. If you're not comfortable with guns, if you're not familiar with guns, then consider something else. There's mace. There's what's the big stick called? I have a flashlight with the flip of a switch. Could be a taser. Is it weird for a real estate agent to walk around with a flashlight? Not at all. And at the flip of a switch, it could be a taser. So I need you to, I mean, anything can be used as a weapon if needed, right? You got your car keys on you, put the key between your fingers so you have that as a, but anything can be used as a weapon. And I think you should have something. Open houses, you're advertising to the world. I'm sitting in this big empty house by myself from 2 to 4. Come see me. You need to be on alert at open houses. You need to make sure that you are protected. If you can have somebody sit with you, then I think that's great. It doesn't even have to be a licensed person. Maybe your significant other sits with you. Your BFF sits with you. Just make sure that they know their role. They're not there to sell the home. They're not licensed. Or maybe you team up with somebody that is. When I do an open house, I keep myself positioned at the front door, and I don't leave the front door. I see you coming down the street long before you get there. Also, with open houses, we need to talk to the sellers about safety. Sometimes people do open houses to scope the place out. Is it worth coming back and hitting up later? So talk to your sellers about putting away valuables, putting away things that can easily slip into pockets. Don't leave prescription meds in the medicine cabinet or the kitchen counter over the sink. Do you know where everybody leaves their prescription meds? In the medicine cabinet or the kitchen counter over their sink. Y'all, sellers are moving out anyway, right? So before we even list it, we're talking to them about depersonalizing, about getting valuables down. And let's think about it. Why do we want the seller showing off all their valuables? What's a buyer going to think when they walk in the door and they see all that stuff worth all that money? They can afford to sell for less than asking price. I'm not giving them asking price because look at all their stuff. So guys, have these conversations with your sellers. Be prepared for those open houses. And the last piece of advice I have, and probably the most important piece of advice that I have for you guys, is to pay attention to that teeny tiny voice. And when that little voice in your head tells, that's your fight or flight, and it's been with us since long before you and I were ever even thought of. And when that teeny tiny voice in your head is screaming at you, get out, then you get out. You can address it later. But if your fight or flight kicks in, you need to get out. Don't question it. Don't second guess yourself. We will all have these. We were all innate with them. What do we think about safety? What questions do we have or comments? Yeah, Kai.
Yeah, I was actually watching an episode of The First 48, and it was like this woman who was a real estate agent, and she was showing a property to some guys who were like after her husband, and like they kind of like pushed her into a closet and killed her.
Same.
It was crazy.
And that's, I mean, obviously TV, but guys, this stuff is real. There are agents that have been attacked, male and female, that have been attacked, raped, murdered. It doesn't happen often, But when it does, let me tell you, it splashes the real estate community pretty loudly. But let's not wait for that reminder. Let's be safe before we get that reminder. As a matter of fact, NAR has coined September as National Safety Awareness Month because of the story. There was an agent in Arizona that lost her life. She was showing property to a buyer that she'd never met before. She thought she was going to get a quick sale and a quick buck. She didn't listen to that little voice in her head. And what we have left from her legacy is the reminder to always be safe. Please don't meet strangers for the first time. You know, again, take a family. I've shown property before and I've had my husband in the car. Now he has stayed in the car, let me do my thing. But they see him there. They see that I'm not alone. They see that I have somebody with me.
That's what I
Because you
was,
guys are, yeah, Brittany.
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. 'Cause my husband just said, well, can I, because obviously I'm gonna keep me a 25 or 38 or something on me at all times because I already got it. I can't walk around with my shotguns or my rifles, but I got my handguns that will be with me, as well as my mace and my taser, and I'll keep my machete and bat in the trunk. But because I already know I don't want to be on the first 48 because that's like she said, that's a real show about real things that just happened. So my husband just asked me, he said, well, can I just go with you to all of them? Or can I be on the phone to all your I'm like, realistically, you're not going to come to every single one of my showings. Like, you're not going to come to every single one of my open houses. But he was wondering, could he be in the presence of me doing that? Like, can he be at an open house with me? So that was
Just make sure, Brittany, Mr. Sutton, if you're listening, know your role. You're not there. He's not there to sell the house. That's your job. He's there to be a companion for you. He's there to be there for you. Does that make sense? So
Makes
just
sense
make
to me.
sure that unlicensed person knows their role.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, Ebony?
Well, my situation is different. I'm not married. Actually a single mom with 4, but like my go-to person is like my oldest son here at my house with me, and I wanted to know, will I be able to like let him know like my location? Like, look, I'm going to do this house, like his location. Mommy's here. Like,
Yep.
is that okay?
Absolutely. So you
Okay.
can you got the locations on our phones now. You can
That's iPhones.
you can turn that on. Just make sure you turn it off when you're not showing property and you don't want them to know.
Right.
So you have it on when you're showing property. When I did sales, if I was going out to show 10 properties on Saturday, I left a piece of paper on the coffee table for my husband. This is the address I'm going to be at about this time. This is our itinerary. This is our agenda. When I'm doing an open house, my husband knows the address of the house that I'm holding open. So absolutely, your family and friends, your coworkers, don't forget about your teammates. They absolutely can be a big part in that. My real estate firm, we're small. There's about 25, 27 of us, somewhere in there. And we all communicate on WhatsApp. All of us are on WhatsApp. So if one of my agents says I need help, I guarantee you 5 of us would be there just like that. So having those safety protocols, having those things in place, Ebony, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, Desiree, hi.
Hey, so in your experience, because you've been doing this for a little while, how many close calls would you say you've had, or is it something that's common in North Carolina or somewhere else?
Is it common? It's common enough that it's worth a conversation. It's common enough that we're talking about it. Have I personally had any close calls? No. I did have an incident at an open house once that left me very uneasy, very uncomfortable. I got the gentleman out because another couple came in. So I was happy to see other people, you know, but just me and him on our own, I was not comfortable with him. Just, y'all guys ever get that weird feeling about somebody and you can't put your finger on it? Something about that guy. And I've never been happier to see 2 more people walk in the front door than I was those 2. I was a little shaken. I shut my open house down about 10 minutes early. I figured I'd deal with the owner if need be, but I shut it down about 10 minutes later early so I could get out of there. And I'm going to tell you guys, I spent the rest of the afternoon second guessing myself. Julie, you're so silly. You're so silly. But you know what? That was the little voice in my head telling me something. That was the little voice in my head. I will say too, before that couple showed up, it was in a pretty popular subdivision, and I could hear kids playing outside. I was this close. I was this close to having to take an emergency call on the front porch. And that way that got me outside, right? So sometimes just taking some extra steps to, feel safe, to feel more comfortable. I guess that was my close call, but it was enough to make me realize that that little voice in my head, I'll never be able to go back and if it was proved if it was right or wrong. But what I know is that voice was saying, mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. And I had to honor, and I couldn't feel silly later. I have stories of agents I've worked with over the years. I mean, like Desiree says, I've been at this for a while, and I have stories. I'll share with you the craziest one. One of my agents got a call to show vacant land. They said they meet her at the vacant land. She said, okay. And there's like multiple acres that she had to go down a winding dirt road to get to the path to actually view the land. And as she's going down the land, she thought, the hell am I doing? I'm meeting a strange man here in the middle of the woods. And she started getting that uneasy feeling. So when she got to the clearance and she met the man, she said, I've had a family emergency. I got to go. And he said, oh no, I hope everything's okay. And they parted ways. A couple days later, he called and said, I hope you're okay. I still want to see this land. And she said, silly me, this was a legit buyer. I can't believe I allowed myself to do that. Da 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 da. I'm going to show him this land. And her husband said, oh, no, you're not. I'm going with you. And they went back. And, as soon as he saw her husband, he was no longer interested in the land. Did y'all just get chills? I hugged my agent after that story. I hugged her because the what
Wow.
ifs. Isn't that something? So,
That's so
guys,
scary.
you can't second guess yourself. And it's so easy to do. You cannot second guess yourself. In addition to the NAR video, which I'm going to put in the chat, I'm going to put the link to that chat. No, that link to that video in the chat on our next break. So if you want to grab it and watch it again later, you can. The Real Estate Commission also offers us a publication, the Safety Guide, which just went everything that we just basically talked about. Your firm is going to have some kind of safety policy. I want every single one of you to have some kind of safety policy. And remember, you guys, what we do for one, we do for all. And also remember, there's no amount of commission that's worth your safety. So please, please, please. Any last safety questions or comments? All right, you guys. Our last break, dry the tears up. This is our last break. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about what happens after we log out today. So let's take 10 and please come back with me because we all need to be on the same page about what happens next. So let's take 10. back. Taking attendance. And let's talk about what happens after today. First off, as a reminder, in our Google Drive, we have a tentative schedule. So you guys have a cram course on Saturday. I'm just curious, how many are planning on coming to the cram course? I'm not holding you against it, but just curious. Most of you, awesome. Again, it's with Dr. Bowser. Online via Zoom from 9 to 1. Lane, this is so hard to say. Lane will email you Jane's Zoom link tomorrow. Have you guys ever worked with a Lane and a Jane? Are you kidding me? Okay, so Lane will send you Jane's Zoom link tomorrow morning. If you don't have that email from Lane by like tomorrow evening, please reach out to one of us. Do not wait until Saturday morning. I don't know Lane's schedule Saturday morning. I don't even know mine at this point yet. So we may not be available at 8:55 on Saturday. So everybody be on the lookout from the email from Lane tomorrow with Jane's Zoom link. Questions on the cram course?
So the cram course is gonna give us everything that we've been over, and all, you know, all the units and everything, and she's gonna be able to, it's like a testing, like what does this look like?
She can't cover everything we've been over because you only got 4 hours.
Right.
So she's going to hit some of the highlights. I'm sure she'll talk about stuff like agency, for example, maybe some state specific stuff. But everything that she's covered in the cram course will be a candidate for your exam. Good on the cram course. Okay. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, you guys have your end of class exam. We're going to talk in a second about how you get access to it, but basically you're going to get an email with a link. The link will be live from 8 a.m. on the 15th until 9 p.m. on the 16th. So at any time during those 2-day windows, I get questions, can I take it at midnight? At any time during those 2 days window, it's 8 a.m. on Tuesday to 9 p.m. on Wednesday. And at some point during those 2 days, you need to use the link to log on and access your end of class exam. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a second. I need to make sure now that we all have the dates and the times. Everybody good? We're going to talk about what happens when you pass. We'll talk about what happens if you don't pass in just a second. But one thing I want to say while we're looking at dates, if you don't pass the final exam, but you make at least a 50%, so passing is 75%. So you don't pass, you make less than a 75%, but your score is at least a 50. You are eligible for the retake, which is the following Tuesday and Wednesday. So again, it's a window from 8 a.m. on the 22nd to 9 p.m. on the 23rd. There is a $14 fee for the retake. Lane will send you that email to pay. More on all that in just a second. Does everybody have the dates? Are we good on the dates? By the way, this is a one-time sitting, so you can't take part of it and then come back later and come back later. I need you guys to have 4.5 hours set aside to take your exam when you sit down and click on this link. It's a one-time sitting. Good so far.
Are we on like a Zoom type field on this while we're taking it?
Hang on. Good on the dates. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the rest of it. First off, this is like my favorite real estate meme. Y'all feel this guy's pain on the regular, right? Don't you have multiple answers that could be one and the same. So in the reality, you're not this guy. In the reality, there is one best answer. That's what you're looking for, is the best answer, which means when you start playing that what if game with yourself, when you start going, well, what about this? You're searching for an answer that's not there. So I need you to focus on the question. I need you to focus on the answer choices and nothing else. It's so easy to say, well, what about this? You've deviated, you've derailed yourself. So I think somebody said this morning when we logged on, I think it was Chantel, thank you for sharing. You've got to focus on what this question is asking you, not what the previous question is going to ask you, not what the next question is going to ask you. You've got to focus on this question, one question at a time. Either today or tomorrow, I don't know exactly when, but sometime in the near future, you're going to get an email from Becky with Learn Test Pass. Becky is the one that sent you the email to get you into Learn Test Pass to begin with when this class started. So you need to be on the lookout in the next day or so for an email from Becky with Learn Test Pass. Once you leave me today, when it comes to your end of class exam, you are in the hands of Becky. So if you have questions about the exam, if you have questions about, anything in the email that she's going to send, you're welcome to come to Lane or I, but there's a good chance that we're going to refer you. We're going to send you on to Becky. So Becky is we'll call her the admin with Learn Test Pass. Learn Test Pass is also who is giving you your end of class exam. So you'll get an email from Becky with a link on it. And to answer the question, when you're ready to take the exam, you click on the link and it'll take you right into it. It's an AI proctored exam. Becky goes through and reviews it before the final scores are released to Lane and I. And if she hears people talking in the background, if she sees you looking at your notes, looking at your book, everybody with me? If she sees that you doing things that you shouldn't be doing during the exam, then she's going to flag it and review, or AI will flag it. Becky reviews it all. So I got an AI proctoring, but I got a human reviewing it. So if AI flags anything, I need you guys to be in a distraction-free zone for your exams. We can't have background noise. We can't have these things because the concern is, what is this background noise telling you? Is it giving you the answers? So thumbs up. So everybody heard me. Distraction free. You need to be in a room by yourself without anybody else. No notes, no anything. Question comes in. Do we have class on Tuesday? Sadly, no. This is it, y'all. We're getting ready to say goodbye to each other until we see each other in post licensing. Catch you guys on the other side. So this is why I want to make sure we're good with the other thing in the email you're going to get from Becky. There's going to be a practice quiz. I need you guys to take the practice quiz. And quite frankly, I'm not looking for right or wrong. I don't care if you get it right or wrong. The idea of the practice quiz is to make sure that your system is compatible for the end of class exam. And if there are any kinks, if there are any issues, then you can get with Becky to work that out before you sit down to take your test. So the practice test will be in the email from Becky, and I highly recommend you guys take it because what we're testing is that your system is compatible. Is it worth taking the few minutes to take the practice test to alleviate that stress? Everybody shake your head. Yes. I don't know your system. I don't know the compatibilities of it. I do know a Chromebook doesn't work. I know there are things that are not as compatible with others. So if you find out during the practice test that you're not compatible, you need to get with Becky before you click on the link to take your end of class exam.
Julie, when did you say Becky's going to send out that email?
I'm going to say soon because I'm not going to hold her to, I don't know exactly when, but I'm going to say like today or tomorrow.
Okay. So
I
before the
can't
end.
commit Becky. I can't commit Becky, but I'm going to say soon.
Got
As soon as we log out, I'm sending Becky my roster. So anywhere from the time we log out to, next day or so. So everybody's on the lookout for an email with Becky. There's going to be instructions on how to proceed. I need you guys to read that email. I need you to take the practice quiz. We're still good? All right. End of class exam. You get 4.5 hours. Again, it's in one sitting. You can't do some and come back later and finish it. It's all in one sitting. There's 140 questions, passing 75%. You see your results immediately. So you hit submit and it says, are you sure? And you say yes, and boom, there it is. You don't have to wait for Lane or I or Becky. You see those results immediately. Because we got you guys taking it, scattered out, taking it, Lane probably won't be in touch. She won't report you until everybody's done. So if you take it on Tuesday, you're still not going to hear from Lane until probably Thursday. So just be patient with Lane. She's got to wait for everybody to finish. If you're a last minute person, y'all, when we say that exam goes through the 16th at 9 p.m., that means at 9 p.m. the test cuts off. So you need to log on 4.5 hours at least before 9 p.m. Right? Everybody good? If you log in at 8, you only get an hour. So give yourself that 4.5 hours, plan accordingly. Yeah, Hillian.
So you have the choice of doing it daytime and nighttime? I'm confused.
Anytime from 8 a.m. on the 15th to 9 p.m. on the 16th.
Oh, okay.
Some of you are morning people, some of you are middle of the night people. So wherever your brain works the best, that's when you should consider taking that exam. So, end of class exam. When you pass, Lane's going to be in touch. She'll send you that certificate of completion. That certificate of completion is the last piece you need to submit your application. Have any of you started on your application? Few of you? So if you've started your application and you're waiting to finish it, what you're waiting for is that certificate of completion. It's going to include my instructor number. It's going to include the school number. If you're not ready to submit your application, keep that email from Lane, because whenever you are ready to submit your application, you will need that certificate of completion. So when you pass, Lane will be in touch with further instructions. Check your spam. Sometimes she winds up there. If you don't pass, but you make at least a 50%, then you are eligible for the retake. Same rules. You get the same time frame from 8 a.m. on the 22nd to 9 p.m. on the 23rd. Lane will be in touch with further instructions. And again, she'll have a link for you to pay that $14 for the retake. If you don't pass and you don't make at least a 50%, then you're encouraged to sign up for another class as soon as you can. Or if you are eligible for the retake and you don't pass the retake, please sign up for another class. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off. Many agents before you have had to take the class, the exam, a couple times. Can we all agree? Y'all got a whole bunch of information in a short amount of time, right? So y'all, it happens. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and get at it again. I know you guys tell me on the regular that you really, really want to be a real estate agent. And what I have to say to you, if this is something you really, really want, you will do whatever it takes to get it. So whether you pass, you're eligible for the retake, or you're not eligible for the retake, the common theme I'm hearing is that Lane will be in touch. She's got to wait for everybody to finish. So if you take it on Tuesday, don't go to Lane on Wednesday and say, where's my results? You got to give Lane time and you got to let everybody finish. But no matter what, Lane will be in touch. To be patient and look out for the email from Lane with further instructions. Questions on that? Can I offer some advice? Some tips and tricks? The number one piece of advice I have for you is to breathe. The second piece of advice I have for you is to read. Breathe and read, read and breathe. If you guys feel yourself starting to get worked up, you may flip the screen to a next question, and you may go, I've never seen this before in my entire life. Stop and breathe. Take a few big deep breaths in and out, get yourself centered. Make sure you're reading every single question. Every single word means something in the question and in the answer choice. We're so good to read A, read B, say B is the right answer, and not read C and D. Remember, you guys, even though B is a good answer, I need you to read C and D to make sure that B is the best answer. We're always looking for the best. So I need you to read every single word of the question and the answer choices. And hopefully we've been doing practice quizzes to help prepare ourselves for what to expect, how these questions are going to be asked. That's why you guys have Learn Test Pass. Some more advice. How many of you, I'll get you in just a second. How many of you are guilty of this? How many of you have changed the right answer wrong? Stop it. Stop it right now. Stop changing answers. If you read this question and every being of your body says this answer is B, why are you going back? You're setting yourselves up to second guess yourself. And once you second guess yourself, you're setting yourselves up to change the answer. So when you answer it, you know everything about you that answer is B. Don't go back. You're setting yourself up for failure. If you read the question and you don't know the answer, those are the ones that you bookmark. Those are the ones that you go back and look at later. I recommend your first blush through the test, answer. Bookmarking what you don't know, always saving the math for last. When you get to a question and the 4 answer choices are numbers, don't even read it, just bookmark it. Always do the math last. But by going through first and knowing, answering what you know, bookmarking what you're not sure of, you're managing your time. You're allowing yourself to see how much time you have left, how much time you can spend on the math and on these ones that you don't know. Another good advantage of skipping the question, you might see a future question that triggers something. Oh yeah, that's right. So you can use the test to your advantage. So answer what you know. My suggestion is to answer what you know, bookmark what you don't, bookmark the math. And then you'll know at the end how much time you'll have to come back to it. Before you submit it, make sure that you answered all those skipped questions. When you start skipping around, it's easy to skip something. And this is another good reason why I want you guys to do that practice test from Becky, not only to test the compatibility of your device, but also to get a flow for what that test is going to look like when you're ready. Save the math for last and then take your time, but watch your time. Keep a half an eye on your time. You only get 4.5 hours. And again, when that 4.5 hours is over, the exam cuts off. So keep a half an eye on the time. And if you see you got 10 minutes left, just go to those skipped and say something, B, C. If you leave it blank, it's automatically wrong. If you skip it, you don't answer it, it's automatically wrong. If you guess, you got a 25% chance of getting it right. So let's see, I had a question. Ebony, I think that was you. Where did Ebony go? There she is.
Yeah, I did. Sorry. For the Learn Test Pass quizzes, or just period, do we have to still complete everything before we take the final?
Nope, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is pass my end of class exam.
Okay. Thank you.
Learn Test Pass is just there as a tool to help you pass the end of class exam. Y'all want to know what the #1 problem the Real Estate Commission has with their state exam? No, it's not how hard it is. The #1 problem they have with their state exam, and that we have dealt with too, please don't cheat. Please don't cheat. Please, please don't cheat. You get caught cheating. May it's by Becky, may it's by the proctor at your state exam. They will report that to the Real Estate Commission. What's that say about your character? If you got caught cheating on your real estate exam, how are they going to perceive you? They're going to let you be happy about you working with their public? Y'all don't. It's not worth it. Stories after stories of people trying to sneak, stuff written on their body. There are people that gone in with like formulas on their arm before, right? When you get, I don't know, I'm so nervous. I'd be sweating blue, right? I mean, when you get caught with ink on your arm, game over, y'all. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. So we have blank scratch paper. We don't have notes. We don't have our books. We don't have our notes or anything nearby. It is not an open book test. It's not an open note test. You can't have formulas. You start with blank scratch paper.
That
The
was
other
my-
thing, yeah,
Sorry, that was my question. So when we start Tuesday or Wednesday, is it okay to have blank paper beside us?
absolutely.
I
So
also
part of your check-in process is going to be to show the camera that both pages are blank. You're going to show, I'm starting with 2 pieces of blank scratch paper.
and then the computer calculator, the calculator on my computer, is that allowed to be up, or do I have to use the one
You
on that?
can use the one on your computer. You can use your handheld. You cannot use, I said calculator. You can't use the calculator on your phone. So you can use the calculator on your computer. You can use your basic calculator. When you go to the state exam, take your basic calculator. Some centers are going to say you can use this. Other centers are going to say you have to use the one that we have on our computer. But either way, they're all basic calculators. So, yep. And yeah, that's part of your check-in. They're going to say, show me your blank paper. Show me your calculator. They may want to say, show me your space. So again, that email you get from Becky, there's going to be details. I need everybody to read the email from Becky and do that practice test, because that's going to walk through the check-in process. The Real Estate Commission considers discussing the exams as cheating. So some of you may know each other. It's baffling me how all y'all know each other. I don't know how, but somehow all y'all know each other. You can't discuss what's on the exam. You can't discuss what you tested on. You can't discuss it with anybody. Y'all, they took down a whole study group a couple years ago. And this was the disciplinary action. There was about, I think, 12 of them. They took down a whole study group for discussing the exam. How did they find out? I don't know. You want your brand new licensed reprimanded right out the gate? Don't do it, y'all. It's not worth it. Questions on this?
I was wondering why we couldn't talk to each other, because I was like, why can't we help each other? Like, we're all taking the same thing. Like, why can't we support each other in studying process? But I figured it was not like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, this is a hard thing that we all have to cram into our brains really quickly, but we can't talk to each other about it. Like, why is that?
You
Why
can
not?
talk about the material. You can talk about the in general. Like we can talk about dual agency. Haven't we talked about dual agency? But we can't talk about our specific test questions.
Okay.
You going to be tested on dual agency? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What exactly are you going to be asked about dual agency? That's what I can't share with you. Some more tips and tricks. The night before you decide you're ready to take your test, may that be Monday night or Tuesday night, whenever you're the night before, I need everybody to get a good night's sleep. What's mama tell you to do? Mama says, we're back to mama, right? Mama says, get a good night's sleep. Y'all don't come into this tired. Don't come into this after pulling an all-nighter study. You know what happens when you study all night, then you sit down to take the test? You are over it before it begins. You got to give your brain a break. At some time, you've got to put the book down and know that you know what you know. You've got to give your brain a break. Do whatever it is the night before you do to relax. Bubble bath, drink a little bit of wine, not a whole lot of wine, but a little bit of wine. Whatever it is you do, you can drink all the wine when you're done, right? But prior to that, just a little bit of wine, whatever you need to do to help you relax so you can get a good night's sleep. And in addition to getting a good night's sleep, before you sit down to take your test, I want you to get something on your stomach. Get you something to eat. I wouldn't go to Golden Corral because now you're full and sleepy, but get something on your stomach so you're not listening to your tummy rumble throughout the whole exam. So mama says, get a good night's sleep and eat a good breakfast. And I'm going to reinforce what we've been told our whole entire lives. At some point when the class is done, you're going to hear from Lane no matter what you do next week. At some point when the class is done, Lane's also going to send you a survey. The survey is anonymous. I appreciate you guys taking the time to complete the survey. The survey allows me to see areas that I can grow. It helps the school grow. Lane and I look at the surveys. We take these things into consideration. So I appreciate you all taking the time to do that, offering us your constructive feedback on how we can improve. And I think the only other thing I have to say to you guys is good luck. Best of luck to you guys. You guys pass next week. You go take your state exam. And then I'll see you on the flip side in post licensing. That's the next time we're going to come together is when I see you in post. How does that sound?
Sounds great to me.
Perfect. What last minute questions, comments, concerns? And I say last minute, but let me clarify. We're all getting ready to log out, but guess what? I'm not going anywhere. So if you have questions between now and your end of class exam, you reach out to me. If you have questions when you're preparing for your state exam, you reach out to me. I'm still here and I'm still here to assist, even though we may be done, you're still going and I'm still a good resource. I'm still something that you can use. Remember, my job is to prepare you for the state exam. So I'm going to see it through to the end. And one day soon, I'm going to get a text from you guys that says, today I got my real estate license. And we're both going to celebrate together.
We'll keep the wine on chill.
Right, champagne on this champagne for after the state exam, right?
Champagne, whatever you need. I'll be taking shots.
Yeah, other Brittany.
Is there a way to study nationally specific material? Like a lot of the stuff I know in the book will kind of say, you know, nationally you'll be asked this, but is there anything?
So yeah, you're let me see if I can't. And you're right. I mean, the book and our notes kind of break it down, but some things are kind of a blur. But if we look in Learn, Test, Pass, up here under, way up at the top, up here under the welcome is the syllabus. I'm trying to see if I can. So the syllabus, load faster. The syllabus, if I look on about page, the table of contents, I'm on about page 8. You see how it gives you a topic and then it has S or N. So that's referring to state or national. So the syllabus breaks it down for the different topics. So other Brittany, that's a great point because, you know, let's say you go take your state exam, for example, and you pass the national section and you fail the state. All you need to do is focus on the state So the syllabus will help you make sure that you're getting the state specific stuff.
Well, thank you, Miss Julie, for being so awesome. You were an amazing teacher.
Thank you.
I'm going to miss you.
I'll see you in
But-
post.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, I'll see you in post.
And I
Oh.
don't teach CE, Brittany, so when we're done in post, we're done. But you and I can do a transaction, or you can do a deal later with one of my agents. How about that?
How
And that's when
about
we see
that?
each other again is at the closing table. How about that?
Absolutely. I'm like, that's my teacher. And we just made money together. So,
That's what it's about.
Absolutely.
That's what it's about, whilst protecting the public.
Right. Protect the public first. Yes, yes, yes. Old Coronet all the way. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I appreciate it. I gotta say, this is one of the smaller classes I've had in a while. I'm not sure why. I just think it's the sign of real estate. Real estate education tends to follow the market. And there's lots of noise going on in real estate right now. This is the smallest class I've had in a while. So I like it. but it's been good. I've enjoyed you guys. And please don't forget to reach out to me if I can help, if I can clarify, answer questions when you get stuck on a test question. Before you feel the need to start banging your head on the table, that's when you reach out to me. We're good? We're good.
We're good. Good luck, everybody.
Best of luck, everybody.
Best of luck.
Best of luck, y'all.
Yeah, we finished it, y'all. In all our rough days of half sleep and struggling to sit up. Bye, guys.
You tell everybody bye-bye?
We have lots of family, lots of kids that sit through this class. I know too. They could be licensed one day. There's a young one, a future real estate agent. I hear them.